Summarize the previous part. Punk Hazard Island lies in ruins, split between fiery devastation and icy desolation. Amid this chaos, Edward Newgate, the legendary Whitebeard, steps forward. Guided by a mysterious system, he accumulates 320,000 sentiment points, enabling his body's restoration to an extraordinarily powerful state. Through major and minor recovery procedures, his old scars fade, and his strength, swordsmanship, and hockey grow to near perfection. Now rejuvenated, Whitebeard possesses immense power, capable of surpassing legends like Mihawk, Garp, and Shanks. His goal? To reclaim the legendary Shockwave fruit and achieve even greater dominance. Fueled by his system's potential and relentless ambition, Whitebeard prepares to unleash chaos on the world, vowing revenge against Blackbeard Teach and readying himself for a storm of battles that will redefine his legacy. Party Popper, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much, and I wish you all an enjoyable time listening to the story. Teacher Z, you should rest more, otherwise get up. A group of Enyo Marines hurriedly said kindly. Zephyr waved his hand. The blood stains on his body had all been cleaned up. His body was wrapped in bandages round and round. His entire body was like a rice cake. Luckily, there were no injuries on his face. It was just that after going through the Yasakani no Magatama trial, he had aged a few centimeters. Zephyr was also very depressed. He had fought pirates all his life, then escaped from the Navy, founded the Enyo Navy, and spent more than 70 years. Now, he had personally taught students, and almost died after going through the gates of hell. In the end, he was saved by the great pirate Whitebeard. Zephyr felt that this was truly a huge mockery of his entire life. You guys get ready, I want to announce something important. Zephyr took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. An old man, refusing to admit he was old, was no good. A group of Enyo Marines, each looking at each other, not knowing what their marshal meant. Even I did not understand the meaning of Baize's method. Following, Zephyr announced a thunderous order. This old man now officially announces the disbandment of the Enyo Navy. After saying that, Zephyr's entire body was like a rubber ball. Disband us? Marshal? You are joking? Teacher Z, are you too tired? Need to rest well? A group of Enyo Marines, hearing Zephyr's words, each and every one of them seemed to have been electrocuted. Almost jumping up, extremely surprised. How can you not be surprised? How can you not be terrified? Okay. How can we just say goodbye and then leave? Teacher Z, you. Are you sure you're not joking? Ayn laughed bitterly, a delicate oval face condensed with a look of misery. The sea breeze blew up her blue hair, but it couldn't blow away her heavy mood. Because she knew best about Zephyr's personality, once he decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind. How do I explain to you? Zephyr was in pain, only he knew that he didn't have much time. The overall strength of the Enyo Navy is indeed not bad. With Pacifista and Anti-Pacifista, they can wholeheartedly cultivate a genius student, Zephyr, but still cannot get their wish. After they die, like a headless snake, they will only bring disaster to this world. Zephyr thought so. He had never committed any sins in his life, and did not want to leave behind any source of sins after death. This old man has decided to disband the Enyo Navy. Teacher. Marshal. Each of the Enyo Marines were in a state of panic. Knock knock, ha ha ha. Zephyr, you won't give up your lifelong dream because of fear of aging, right? A thunderous laughter rang out, following Whitebeard, who was holding a saber in his hand, and was stepping forward step by step. Whitebeard. A group of Enyo Marines looked over in surprise, their faces filled with astonishment. Ayn also had a face full of surprise. Whitebeard. Zephyr's face was full of bitter laughter, already over 70 years old, just like Kazara said. This piece of ocean was no longer the era of their generation of people. A new era had come. Zephyr was just about to open his mouth, suddenly stunned. He was left with only a face that was not wrapped in bandages, full of surprise, then turned into fear, turned into shock, only to see Zephyr just stomped towards Whitebeard. His face full of fear said, Whitebeard, your body, the scars on your body are all gone. Your face also changed to look younger. A group of Enyo Marines, only then noticed, strode towards Edward Newgate. No matter the face or the body, all became like a political youth. The scar on the chest also completely disappeared. Everyone was shaking nonstop. How can we not be shocked? Their marshals' bodies were old and weak, but at the same time, during the Whitebeard era, they suddenly became young again, seemingly returning to their peak appearance. That's not right. Your beard still hasn't changed a bit. Zephyr was surprised. All the things that shocked him in his entire life. Not many in the past few days. Yes, even the thing of being resurrected from the dead happened to you. What else is impossible? Speaking like that, it seems like it can be accepted. A group of Ennio Marine's hearts are still shaking endlessly. This gave Whitebeard a lot of added emotional value. Edward Newgate, on the other hand, did not pay attention to these details. He waved his hand and Whitebeard raised his black moon form. A pair of bright, spirited eyes looked towards Zephyr. What's wrong? You wanted to fight me before. But now you've become timid and afraid of the aging years. You've given up on pursuing me all your life. Zephyr, give up a lifetime of pursuit and dream. Zephyr's nerve root hidden deep in his brain was being violently stabbed a little painfully. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly take your Ennio with you and heal your wounds. Wait until you're healed. Then come find me and have a good fight. Edward Newgate laughed heartily, the large blade in his hand aimed straight at Zephyr. Of course, you should also take these little devils I saved and teach them a good lesson. You want to leave? Zephyr's heart was as complicated as the rolling waves. He raised his head and looked at Whitebeard. Do you have a boat? Do you want us to carry you part of the way? No need. Edward Newgate pointed far away on the sea, a medium-sized ship. CP0 left the ships. Surely it won't be too bad. Only a boat, no pilot. You can't go out to sea. It seems to make some sense. Whitebeard nodded. This was indeed a headache problem, but it didn't matter. Wherever we went, we could go to the entire Grand Line. Can I ask you a favor? Zephyr solemnly opened his mouth to speak, his expression somewhat difficult to choose and unwilling. Whitebeard nodded and said, as long as it's not too much trouble. I actually don't mind helping you. Ein. Zephyr was slightly silent, finally turned his head, looked at Ein, opened his mouth to speak. His expression became extremely serious. Do you carry the eternal log pose on your body? The course of the ocean, the weather, the ocean currents, etc. are not always constantly changing. Normally, log pose cannot reach a fixed island. But the permanent log pose will always point to an island, never changing. This is a necessary item for takeoff. The tall and thin I nodded and said, Teacher Z, I carry the eternal log pose on me. As he spoke, he took out the eternal log pose and gave it to Zephyr. Zephyr waved his hand with some effort. You take it and chase after Whitebeard. What? Zephyr just said this. Everyone was surprised. Even Whitebeard himself was a bit stunned. What kind of joke is this? Letting Ein follow me. The salty sea breeze blew up Ein's head of curly blue hair, revealing Ein's tall and thin figure, with long and straight legs and a pair of light purple boots. At this moment, Ein's pretty and delicate face was filled with confusion and doubt. Teacher, you want to chase me away? Following Whitebeard is your great fortune. Zephyr smiled bitterly, but he didn't know if it was because he was injured, or because he was unwilling. His smile was very stiff. Teacher's Hall, it's almost the end. Zephyr heard Whitebeard say that, and no longer stubbornly disbanded the Ennio Marines, but he also knew that if he died that day, the Ennio Marines would be like a headless snake, and if Ein stayed, he would only have to bear the consequences. Teacher. I just wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Zephyr. Consider this the teacher's final order, otherwise, I will immediately disband the Ennio Navy. The originally noisy and surprised Ennio Marines immediately quieted down after hearing the words disband. In fact, they couldn't understand Zephyr's good intentions. Even Ein was silent. If I stay, the Ennio Navy will immediately disband. Dilemma complete. Not following Teacher Zephyr's orders, at least will not let the teacher suffer. Old friend, Ein is not only a warrior, but also an excellent navigator. If you take her out to sea, you won't be disappointed. Zephyr changed his name before, using the 3 words, old friend. This made Whitebeard a little embarrassed to refuse. As said before, now he really needed an excellent navigator. Also being a person of the same era. Whitebeard also knew that Zephyr was working hard, so he could only nod, all right, let Ein follow me. Right at this moment, Edward Newgate's mind rang out a system prompt that only he could hear. Take the father's name, pass on the love, warm daughter. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the father's love template. Every time the host accepts a true daughter, he will receive different amounts of love value based on the daughter's strength and influence in this world. Love value can be exchanged for system items and skills. Whitebeard was surprised, suddenly happy, and opened a new system template. When you take in a daughter or son, you can get love value, which can be exchanged for system items and skills. System. Can I exchange those items and skills? Sorry, currently the host's authority is insufficient. Only after receiving the worst type of honest daughter can one check the system items and skills. So that's how it is, right? This sincerity is only a daughter's loyalty to me? Is it sincere? Being my daughter is serious, right? Host is so smart. Not wrong at all. In addition, I have another problem. Like Marco, these original children once again return. Is it worth having compassion? Of course. As long as they are sincere, they can obtain the love value. If they are not sincere, the system will automatically distinguish and notify the host. It couldn't be better. In his previous life, he had been undercover for many years, enduring loneliness and solitude, and had some reservations about the matter of following Ein, but now that the new system had been opened, this also opened up Whitebeard's mind. And he couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. All right, let Ein follow me to the sea. I guarantee her safety. Zephyr solemnly brought Ein to Whitebeard's side, and then many Enyo Marines helped him up. After their warship arrived, the rescued children had already been arranged in the warship's cabin, with special personnel taking care of them. Ein didn't want to stand on the island, waving his hand and waiting for a group of Enyo Marines to say goodbye with Zephyr. The warship gradually moved away and disappeared from sight. Whitebeard opened his mouth. We should go too. Ein raised his head a little shyly, looked at Whitebeard, and asked, how should I address you? Whitebeard? Or should I call you by your full name? Edward. Newgate? This is also Edward's concession. Newgate was a little surprised. This really didn't know how to address him. You ask me, who should I ask? Whitebeard could only say casually, before, my children and daughters all called me by their father. You can also call me that. Father? Ein raised his head, extremely surprised. Of course, whatever you like to call it. Just call it whatever you like. I have no problem. Edward Newgate shrugged, then turned around and said to Monet, who was still standing silently in the distance, Monet, where are you going? Monet hesitated a bit, but in the end still looked towards Whitebeard, revealing a determined gaze. I will continue to stay on the island. You guys leave first. At this time, Monet still did not know that Doflamingo was dead. And Whitebeard thought that Monet knew this news. Then goodbye. Edward Newgate took Ein and Uehara, who were part of the CP-0's mid-sized ships, and left Punk Hazard. At the same time, according to Don Quixote family action, the news of Whitebeard's resurrection continued to reach the ears of every New World powerhouse. New World. All nations. Island Cake. This is the Yonko Charlotte Linland Bigged, Mom pirate crew base. Mom, just received some unbelievable news. A minister bowed and reported, his voice trembling slightly. In all these years, except for the time when his aunt thought her food was acting up, he had never been so nervous and trembling like today. Can't you see I'm eating cake? The answer to this great god was a terrifying voice, a huge black face suddenly raised, like a terrifying god or demon. The sound continuously echoed in all directions. The great minister who came to report the news immediately trembled all over, his face turned green from fear. He knew what would happen if he disturbed his auntie from eating cake. He hurriedly shouted, Mom, Whitebeard has come back from the dead. Just received reliable news. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has come back from the dead. Appeared on Punk Hazard Island. Moreover, he killed the drought-stricken Jack. Huh. That giant fat like a god-demon figure, suddenly shocked on the spot. Suddenly, Charlotte Linland's heavy like thunder voice rang out. Whitebeard is resurrected. Are you sure this is real? 100% accurate. The new Navy headquarters dispatched more than 10 large warships, under Sakazuki's personal guidance, set off for Punk Hazard Island. Dozens of large warships. The Navy headquarters marshal personally led the team. This matter is more terrifying than an unusual summons than military action. Yes, I know. The person wearing pajamas, Charlotte Linlein's entire person appeared. That layer of crimson lipstick appeared to be unusually dazzling, like a ferocious and terrifying god and demon. Even if it's Whitebeard's resurrection, you don't have to disturb me from eating cake. The new minister just wanted to continue explaining, but Charlotte Linlein didn't give him a chance to explain at all. Charlotte Linlein bowed her head and looked at the great god, without any doubt saying, "Hand over your entire lifespan and soul." "No, no, no. Mother, please spare my life. Mother, please spare my life." The great minister knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling with fear, trembling with nervousness, fear, panic. Cold sweat running down. Boom. A strange scene happened. Behind this person a white ghost-like shadow was whipped out. That was this person's soul, was taken away by Charlotte Linlein. East. The remaining corpse that was stripped of its soul fell to the ground. Charlotte Linlein didn't even glance at this, opened her big, sturdy mouth wide, and licked her thick, bright lipstick. Edward. Newgate. Resurrection from the dead. The New World often has a large snowdrifting island. The island is called Dong Dao. This place is like winter all year round, cold, frozen, snowdrifting. Boom, boom, boom. The island suddenly erupted with a violent tremor, like a terrifying earthquake. Futuette was directly crushed and melted in this violent tremor. And the ice on the ground cracked like a spider web. Joker. Whitebeard is back from the dead. The terrifying roar, like a thunderclap, echoed throughout the entire island. On the island, each and every ferocious large animal was scared to lie face down, trembling, not daring to move. Jack. This terrifying roar continuously rang out. Whitebeard. You dare to beat Jack to death. Boom, boom, boom. The violent fluctuations continued, and every pirate on the island raised their heads. Looking at a tall and sturdy figure in the distance, their captain was the so-called strongest creature in the sea and land, the king of beasts Kadu. Far away on the sea, there was a pirate ship with a long white cloth hanging on its head, and a thunderous roar was heard coming from the ship. The Don Quixote family cadres, carrying hatred towards each other, finally let out a long breath of resentment. Must take revenge for the young master. Let more Whitebeard's revenge know. Whitebeard will be resurrected. If there is no sheep, then Whitebeard must make sheep. Continuously create enemies for Whitebeard. More and more enemies. Don Quixote family cadres crazy. It's just that what they don't know is, what they're doing is to increase Whitebeard's emotional value. Not only is it not causing trouble for Whitebeard, on the contrary, it's helping Whitebeard increase his strength. At this moment, Whitebeard only hopes that someone will give him the news, create enemies. Spread the news as widely and quickly as possible. Create as many enemies as possible, as strong as possible. The more so, the faster he can recover his body and strength, and head towards the path to the peak. The first half of the Grand Line, from the Alsia mangrove roots, formed the Sabaody archipelago. Since the Navy headquarters moved away from the Sabaody archipelago, the Sabaody archipelago that was originally located close to the Navy headquarters, and the Navy headquarters has now become extremely chaotic. At this time, the archipelago was afraid that all kinds of chaotic small-scale battles had already broken out. Today seems to be an exception. Almost all the pirate gangs, big and small, are discussing the same thing. Whitebeard resurrection. The pirates on Sabaody archipelago were all terrified to the point of madness. Some of them, through the projection phone above the battle, were able to witness Whitebeard's death scene with their own eyes. This is a lie. Resurrection. How is this possible? Many people misunderstand and do not believe this is true. It's true. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection might have come from the #1 largest auction house announcement. You should know, the #1 auction house, this is the place where the world's nobles often come to play. This is also really hard to accept. I heard that this kind of ancient devil fruit has real power. It can subdue the living dead. Who did you hear that from? #1 auction house. They explained clearly. Whitebeard through some kind of mysterious ancient devil fruit ability to resurrect. Rumor has it, Whitebeard released vicious words. All those who participated in the top battle against the Whitebeard pirates all had to face Whitebeard's bloodbath. #1 auction house people fortunately saw Whitebeard with their own eyes. But unfortunately, at that time, they did not bring a camera phone, also did not leave any pictures. The entire Sabaody archipelago was filled with fear. All the pirates were discussing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. This shocking topic spread out from the Sabaody archipelago at an extremely fast speed, spreading to every island on the Grand Line. Number 1 Auction House. Don Quixote family official fiercely exhaled. Mission accomplished. Whitebeard. Let the whole world know about your resurrection. Those who once fought against the Whitebeard pirates, I'm afraid they will be frantically looking for you. Humph. Without the Whitebeard pirates, no matter how powerful you are, Whitebeard alone, you still can't possibly defeat countless enemies and those people who dream of your resurrection ability. The waves roared in the New World. Somewhere on the sea's surface, large warships were forming a fleet on the deck of the warships. A person wearing a righteous cloak and an Akainu mask was looking at Punk Hazard with binoculars. We must cover up the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. We cannot let this world become the Whitebeard era again. Akainu's heart, even more hugging Borsellino and CP0 and the others, just has no way to communicate with the phone without sacrificing the illusion of death. Otherwise, this marshal will have a hard time letting go of the punishment. The sea breeze blew. Akainu's righteous robe fluttered. Bruce. The small cell phone in his chest rang. Akainu put down the binoculars and answered the call. The other end of the phone transmitted Sengoku's extremely serious voice. Sakazuki. Marshal. This old man and Garp have arrived at Punk Hazard Island. The entire island is about to split open. The seawater along the island's huge cracks, on the island one after another. Each such large deep hole is filled with seawater. This island has experienced a terrifying battle. Through Sengoku's words, one can clearly imagine the current appearance of Punk Hazard Island. Akainu's throat moved, and he heard Sengoku's even more serious words. We found a drought on the island of the beast's pirates. Jack and the Don Quixote family's highest-ranking officer Pika's corpses. Sengoku. The other end of the phone transmitted Garp's voice. In a moment, Akainu heard a message that made him angry, only to hear Sengoku's low voice ring out. Sakazuki, I'm very sorry to inform you, Navy Headquarters Admiral Borsellino sacrificed himself on Punk Hazard Island. Beside him, there are 5. Should be from the CP spy organization members' corpses. Through the one survivor on the island, we have confirmed that Whitebeard has been resurrected. However, Whitebeard has already left Punk Hazard. Sengoku's deep voice was like a fierce slap on Akainu's face, causing Akainu's entire face to darken. He had firmly believed from the beginning that Whitebeard could not be resurrected, but at this moment, he was completely slapped in the face. A feeling of humiliation spread throughout Akainu's heart, causing Akainu to be extremely angry. This was an unprecedented humiliation. Sengoku was silent for a while. The old man will continue to pursue Whitebeard with Garp. You send someone to deal with this body. Hanging up the phone, Akainu took a deep breath. His blood-red eyes filled with endless indignation and humiliation. At this time, a Navy intelligence officer, holding a piece of newspaper, came to report with an urgent expression. Marshal. Just received intelligence from Sabaody archipelago. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection has spread throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago and the surrounding islands. The headlines of all the major newspapers have all been published. Whitebeard is resurrected. Boom. Hearing this news, Akainu, holding the binoculars in his hand, crushed it on the spot. Hateful. Akainu still wanted to cover up the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, but didn't think it would still spread. The continuous slapping of the face made Akainu feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. All of this was bestowed upon him by Whitebeard. The messenger beside him was startled. He had followed Akainu for many years, and this was the first time he saw Akainu so angry. He was a bit hesitant, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. What, is there something else? Akainu endured his impending volcanic temper and said. The messenger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The bone in his throat also moved. Then he said in a low voice, Marshal. Please let us investigate first. Who spread this news of Whitebeard's resurrection? We have investigated. It is from the 7 warlords of the C. Flamingo Don Quixote family. Don Quixote family. Very good. You made this old man angry, made this old man passive, and caused this old man more trouble. You must prepare to welcome this old man's anger. Today, I will make you all start the attack. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Akainu sighed in hatred. He had to vent his anger on the Don Quixote family. All of you give me a sea route. Go to Dressrosa Kingdom. Exterminate the Don Quixote family. On the chaotic Sabaody archipelago, Shaki swindled Bra in the tavern, a short hair, cigarette in mouth, old-faced Shaki. Suddenly shouted, "Rayleigh, you come here." "What happened?" Screaming and yelling. "This is not like your personality." The king of hell, whose name was Rayleigh, walked over wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses with a gentle smile on his face. "I guarantee you will be more surprised than me when you hear this news." Shaki's mouth was filled with a long cigarette that was about to burn to her lips. She did not react at all, her face full of wrinkles, filled with shock. Then, she solemnly said, "Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, has come back to life. It's that boring newbie again, joking around." Rayleigh went to the bar, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it as if nothing had happened. "Actually, I received the news very early. The reason why I'm only telling you now is because this news is now completely confirmed to be true. The newspapers have released it. Whitebeard is resurrected." Someone saw it with their own eyes. The New World Navy headquarters Marshal Akainu personally led more than 10 large warships heading towards an island to capture the dead and resurrect Whitebeard. Collapse. Rayleigh's wine glass in his hand crashed to the ground, but he didn't care at all. He was shaken violently by this news, and the wrinkles on his old face were even more shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Is this real? I heard it's some kind of ancient mysterious devil fruit power. The devil's real power. Resurrection." Rayleigh's eyes widened, his glasses almost kicked off, even though he had been to the legendary pirate island of Final Island. He had never heard of such a devil's real power. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection was like a tsunami that swept across the world, causing the entire world to start boiling. All the pirates gathered on the island, regardless of size, were all terrified by the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. I don't know how many pirates were slightly terrified. And there were also quite a few pirates who became panicked. The fear was because these pirates, after Whitebeard died, took the opportunity to attack and occupy the island that Whitebeard's pirate crew originally guarded. Now hearing the news of Whitebeard's return, naturally they began to fear. "You must know. That man is Whitebeard." Just by those 3 words, it's enough to shock a legendary existence in the Great Ocean. Of course, there are also some pirate forces that are not afraid of anything. For example, Yonko's Charlotte Lin Lin, at the peak of the war, wanted to take the opportunity to kill Whitebeard, king of beasts Kadu. As for those islands off the Grand Line, where pirates are few and far between, news is blocked and has not been transmitted for the time being, which is normal, regardless of whether it's the first half of the Grand Line or the New World. Both are starting to boil. Originally under the stimulation of Whitebeard's death, the New World was flooded with countless pirates. This era was called the most evil era. Especially those supernovas with bounties of over 100 million were even more called the most evil era. In the New World, they caused chaos. At this moment, hearing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, there were even more crazy new pirates, excitedly releasing their boastful words. "If I can kill Whitebeard, my title, I can definitely shake the world." These so-called wanting fame over life, crazy new pirates seemed to seize the opportunity when Whitebeard had just been resurrected and was weak, and began to frantically search for traces of Whitebeard, intending to challenge Whitebeard's reputation. Want to establish a glorious and fierce name in this new world. Of course, the news of the Navy Admiral Kizaru being beheaded under Akainu's utmost suppression and concealment did not spread out. Otherwise, I'm afraid that these crazy newcomers, no matter how crazy, would not dare to challenge Whitebeard now. New World, an island. Ice Witch led the pirates under her banner and fought a bloody battle with another pirate gang. Father, resurrection? As the kingdom princess dressed, holding a purple long hair, Ice Witch sat, suddenly terrified. Along with the fighting pirate crew also received this news. Run, run. Whitebeard is resurrected. Why would Whitebeard be here at this crucial moment of resurrection? Run away quickly. This is real. News leaked from the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard is really resurrected. Boom. A group of arrogant pirates, hearing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, immediately turned around and ran away crazily. Father, are you really resurrected? Ice Witch was stunned on the spot, stunned for a moment. Shock, fear, surprise, excitement. All emotions rushed to the head. Captain, they escaped. Do you want to chase them? A subordinate was frantically running away from the enemies, reminding. Ice Witch pointed her long sword at the enemy. Kill them all. Then, come with me. Find father. The same scene also happened on the remaining islands of the New World. Whitebeard, under the flag of the 16 squadron captains under Marco's leadership, fought a battle with Blackbeard Teach and all disappeared without a trace. And once Whitebeard had 43 pirate crews under his control, under Whitebeard's relentless pursuit. 16 pirate crews have now been destroyed. The remaining 27 pirate gangs, with their powerful strength, even if they encounter attacks from the remaining pirate gangs, they will still be able to move forward in this new world. After hearing that Whitebeard was resurrected, they excitedly started their journey to find father. Even after a long year of death, those who had followed the Whitebeard pirates, upon hearing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, stood up without hesitation. This was Whitebeard's calling. No one can match the power of the call. Run fast. Why would Whitebeard II attack us? We are clearly the pirates under Whitebeard's flag. Who does he know, Edward? What is Weevil mad about? A large court on the island. Pirates ran away frantically. The island was filled with gunpowder smoke, huge cracks were everywhere, and pieces of architecture fell into ruins. Mummy, Mummy, they all say Whitebeard's father is resurrected. Is this true? The figure was extremely fat, a hedgehog-like golden hair Edward. Weevil, holding a sword similar to Whitebeard's, was crazily charging towards the pirates in front, like a newly born miniature version of Whitebeard, majestically taller than Edward. Weevil had a large area on the top of his head, brandishing an extremely large sword, while loudly asking behind him an extremely small old woman. Humph! A dead person. How can he be resurrected? What a joke! Karina, wearing sunglasses, wrinkled face, short and big old lady Miss Backen, shaking the baton in her hand, carrying a sense of arrogance, said with great certainty, Edward, Newgate will never be resurrected. Those people who spread nonsense are just afraid of his powerful strength. One person dies, what is there to be afraid of? You must believe in your most beloved mummy. Miss Backen, who was determined to seize Whitebeard's legacy, urged Weevil. That huge building in front of us is our one-time target. That place is hiding the giant Little Oars Jr. He might be your father's loyal pursuer when he was alive. He must have a lot of treasures by his side. Mummy, I must go kill Little Oars Jr. Whitebeard's father's treasures are all mine. Weevil's typical four-limbed, stupid brain, extremely fat and huge body, hiding extremely terrifying destructive power. A long time ago he had already chopped off one of Zephyr's arms. In the Whitebeard era, a new round of storms arose. Under Miss Backen's instigation, he defeated 16 captains under Whitebeard's flag and even wanted to seize Marco's inheritance of a large part of Whitebeard's legacy. Stupid egg. Obtained Whitebeard's treasure. Want to give all to Mummy. Help you keep it. Miss Backen used her baton to fiercely stab Weevil's little long leg, fiercely said, Mummy is the person in the whole world who loves you the most. Miss Backen, this old lady, both eyes are filled with golden light, delusional to obtain countless treasures. This is her self-proclaimed Whitebeard's lover, only purpose, greedy, ambitious, ruthless, greedy for wealth. After Whitebeard died, not wanting to avenge Whitebeard at all, using the son she likes as a tool to use her son. Edward. Weevil was extremely obedient to Miss Backen's words. Towards the huge building in front, his extremely fat body moved forward. Suddenly, he raised his two arms and shook them, fiercely slashing out a knife. Boom, boom, boom. The slash just came out. The tallest building on the entire island was instantly cut off. The entire building was instantly cut off. One could even see the building that was instantly cut off flashing with light. Following, the building and the rumbling sound directly collapsed. Countless building ruins were flying. Dust filled the air. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out. Boom. A giant humanoid figure from the ruins of the building stood up. It was from the top of the battle after unknown life or death. Little Oars Jr. disappeared without a trace. Just at this time, Little Oars Jr.'s body condition, no need to be optimistic. The giant's huge body was covered with white bandages and medicinal ointment. Above his head hung bottles of seawater bit by bit. A year later, Little Oars was still seriously injured and had not healed. One can imagine how serious the initial injury was. Huh? still hanging on to each and every bit? So weak. Is Whitebeard's subordinate. Hey, hand over all your treasures. Edward. Weevil's narrow eyes, disdainfully staring at little Orr's. Whitebeard's legacy is all mine. Stop talking nonsense with him. Just kill him. If he has any talent, he belongs to us. Miss Bakken narrowed her greedy eyes. Kill him. Weevil. Of Whitebeard's remaining sons. You are the only one. You are Whitebeard's true son. You're humiliating your father. Stab little Orr's took off the bandages on his head bit by bit, and the bandages on his body. He thought of Whitebeard's father's words from earlier. Does hanging him down bit by bit mean you need the enemy's sympathy? Mr. Weevil in hand, huge long sword. Carrying a piece of dazzling cold light, already slashed down. Pink. Little Orr's roared, grabbed a jet-black greatsword, and evenly received Weevil's slash. Painting. The deafening sound of swords colliding rang out as the two swords collided. The air seemed to vibrate as it instantly pushed far away. Just this bit of power is not worthy of humiliating father, even if you are Edward. Weevil. Little Orr's body was bleeding because he used too much force. The old wound cracked open, revealing his gloomy white bones. His gaze was unusually determined, his eyes sparkling with spirit. Even though he was seriously injured and had not healed yet, he still had the domineering aura of the Whitebeard pirates, not decreasing in the slightest. He suddenly used force and let Weevil's long sword go, and he slashed back with his hand. The Whitebeard pirates haven't disappeared yet. Weevil quickly slashed horizontally, forcing little Orr's back. No. The Whitebeard pirates are completely finished. I will completely destroy all the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Because they took over what belonged to me. Whitebeard's legacy. Before he finished speaking, Weevil's aura shook violently. Powerful hockey armament swirled around the long saber. A huge force suddenly gathered in both hands, turning the long saber into a pitch-black abyss, carrying a terrifying aura, equally slashing towards little Orr's. The air exploded. This was an extremely terrifying slash. Boom. Little Orr's wanted to block this slash. Originally he was seriously injured and had not yet healed. He was no match for Weevil. He was slashed away by a slash. The giant's extremely large body smashed a building, countless large rocks rolled up and dust flew everywhere. Little Orr's fell down in the distance with a loud bang, and the old wounds on his body reopened. In his eyes, he had completely lost his fighting strength. Weevil behind Miss Bakken. A mature face full of wrinkles revealed an excited smile, eyes shining. Treasure, treasure, treasure. Weevil, kill this giant clan. His treasure is us. The giant clan was cut off by me with 2 swords. Mummy, am I the most formidable, strongest person in the world? Weevil's extremely fat body shook with excitement. He considered defeating the Whitebeard pirates as a kind of honor. At this moment, he was extremely excited. This island, and all the treasures on the island will be mine in the future. You can take away my island with such contempt. What do you think I am? Pedal, pedal, pedal. Just then, just stepped onto Edward Island. Newgate, holding a saber, walked forward. Whitebeard raised his black moon form. Whitebeard looked towards Weevil. This island, along with everything on this, no matter what has passed or what has come, are all mine. I am Whitebeard. I am Whitebeard. Don't just trample on my things. Whitebeard's voice was like thunder. Even the countless rocks and soil that were scattered in the air were all knocked down. Even the seagulls flying in the distance on the sea surface were all shaken down and fell into the sea. Step on the 2 words that have not yet completely fallen. Whitebeard in his hand. A blade that could cut through all forms of swords, slashed towards Weevil. The saber just came out, an incomparably terrifying slash. Even the air was instantly slashed away. That sharp and piercing screech didn't even have time to be transmitted. The saber already carried extreme overbearing force, falling towards Weevil. Pink. In this instant, Weevil felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a pressure that made his scalp numb, emanated from that deadly slashing blade. Ah! Weevil roared loudly, escaping this feeling of fear, and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. In a flash, 2 swords slashed together. Mr. An extremely terrifying tremors, rapidly stirring open, wherever it passed. Countless ruins were swept away, the entire scene, like a hurricane was rolling. All the ruins were rolled up, rapidly flying outwards, abnormally terrifying. Pedal, pedal, pedal. A single slash past, Weevil continuously retreated about several dozen steps, finally stabilizing his surging aura and retreating his body. Whitebeard. Miss Backen's old eyes stared straight ahead, almost falling to the ground. She had been pulling the strings for Weevil to attack and kill the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. That was because she knew Whitebeard was dead. She wanted to share a share of the spoils in the great pirate era's waves. She had also heard the same thing before. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection. But she did not believe 10 million times a dead person. How could he be resurrected? She firmly believes that it is definitely the Whitebeard remnants who swallowed Whitebeard's legacy and treasures that spread the news. That's right. Before her eyes. She saw each and every living Whitebeard appear before her eyes. Scary. No one could compare to the fear-filled Miss Backen's head, her old face like a chrysanthemum full of wrinkles. Written with disbelief and horror, a pair of greedy old eyes, also from fear transformed into horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whitebeard is clearly dead. Miss Backen breathed heavily. As she spoke, she retreated, following her regardless of the place where she was staying. Terrified under her, she took the speed of the wind, ran to Weevil's back. Using Weevil as a shield, Weevil was fighting with Whitebeard for a while. His blood and energy were churning, and both of his hands were numb, which made him extremely scared. Since he set out to sea, with his pair of hands, he has killed countless pirates under the Whitebeard pirates flag, even in the New World. Those pirates he killed are all famous and notorious people. Never before has there been a situation like today, just one knife, and the hand was shocked and numb. Whitebeard. Father. Weevil looked at Whitebeard in surprise. The difference with Whitebeard was that Weevil's eyes were long and narrow. His slightly curved eyes were like a miniature version of Whitebeard. But he didn't have any of Whitebeard's domineering aura. His body was even more so than the extremely fat and gigantic body he had on him. His lower body was as long and thin as steel. Kill him. Miss Backen fled to Weevil's back as if gaining a great sense of security and pointed at Whitebeard, urging Weevil to make a move. Mummy, isn't he my father? Why? Do you want to kill him? Weevil looked down at Miss Backen, asking with a somewhat foolish, mentally challenged son-like manner. Kill him. Weevil. Miss Backen quickly calmed down her inner fear. As expected of a greedy old woman, all her eyes were treasures. She glared at Weevil, urging, no matter who is, your father. Only by killing him. Killing Whitebeard. You will get Whitebeard's treasure. I am the one who loves you the most, Mummy. Do you want to make your most beloved mummy sad? Want to disobey my orders? Old women are so boring. For Miss Backen, such a disgusting woman, Edward Newgate really didn't want to even look at her. What a disgrace to her reputation. Retired. No nonsense. One knife. The bright blade light. Extremely dazzling, slashed towards Miss Backen. Boom. Weevil roared angrily. His long sword rotated, and he suddenly used force with both hands, blocking Whitebeard's sword strike with one slash. The fierce clash of swords and sabers caused turbulent currents and whirlpools of air to wreak havoc in the air like long snakes. Hey! Miss Backen let out a miserable scream. The mere collision of the swords and sabers created a whirlwind that instantly sent her flying. Her low-shouldered clown was directly sent flying who knows how many thousands of meters, and finally her ugly, old, ferocious face was placed on a distant building wall. No! Miss screamed miserably, fell from the building. Once again the old face hit the ground. The ground was smashed into a deep hole. Miss Backen crawled up from the ground. Her body covered in blood, her old face covered in dust and blood, looking like an ugly ghost, but her heart was unusually happy, fortunately. This old lady's skin is thick enough, otherwise she might have died just now. You! How dare you love my most, Mummy? One slash passed. The second time was pushed back who knows how many steps away. Weevil, eyes wide open, his face began to distort. Really fat on the body, that neck muscle was struggling like a pinned dragon. I want to chop you. La 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 la. Whitebeard laughed loudly. His unrestrained laughter shook the heavens and earth. His muscular body was filled with perfect, flawless muscles. Filled with explosive power, an absolutely invincible aura erupted from his body. Don't joke. The people who told me these words are all in coffins. If they let a little devil like you slash them, they probably wouldn't be able to suppress them. What ability do you have? Use it all. Too late, consider it. No chance. Boom. Following Whitebeard's eyes looking towards Weevil, in just a flash, there was an absolutely invincible pressure, rising up high, like a red mountain crushing towards Weevil. Pink. Weevil roared indignantly, forcing Whitebeard's momentum to beat him to a pulp. Crackle, crackle, Weevil's entire body exerted force. The ground beneath his feet emitted a shattering sound. Weevil tightly gripped the long sword with both hands, raised his arms and suddenly shook. Suddenly in the middle, a violent aura burst out. East! East! Weevil held the saber in both hands, powerful hockey armed around the long saber, that like a small mountain really fat body accelerated like crazy, like a wild beast with wild hair. Carrying the hurricane, towards Whitebeard, suddenly slashed out a saber. From lap. The air was slashed open by a blade, like a book being flipped. It tilted and rolled, then a piercing, extremely violent scream came out. Faced with such a terrifying slash, Whitebeard's face remained calm, his overbearing confidence still unchanged even if Mount Tai collapsed. Just as Weevil's long saber was about to slash him to death, with the situation hanging by a thread, Whitebeard's sturdy figure suddenly turned around, his robe fluttering in the wind. His left and right hands bare, like dragon claws, appearing to meet Weevil's long saber and fiercely smashed it. Seeing Whitebeard's left hand empty-handedly catch his longsword, Weevil's face revealed a ferocious expression, and he inevitably chopped Whitebeard's hand off. Give me a break. In this place of lightning, on Whitebeard's right hand, an absolutely powerful armament hockey instantly flowed out. The entire large hand, like a black dragon claw, was revealed. In the blink of an eye, the unbelievable. The long sword that was trying to chop Weevil to death collapsed. Painting. There was the sound of metal clanging, and there was also the sound of sparks exploding. Weevil's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and horror. Drink. Whitebeard's body suddenly turned back, his left hand grabbed Weevil's long sword, with unimaginable force, suddenly pushed to the side. At the same time, Whitebeard held the huge saber in his right hand, tilted it backwards and suddenly swung it, then suddenly turned around and slashed out. This huge blade, like it's floating around with invincible hockey weapon. Mr. The slash carried with it a huge destructive force, instantly slashing towards Weevil. During the entire process, wherever the saber slashed, an extremely terrifying chi was born. According to the saber tyrant's words, one slash at a time, the chi rose high, slashing away the dark clouds in the sky. Looking from afar, it seemed as if the sky was cracking under the slash, a terrifying sight. Weevil's eyes instantly widened, deep in the bottom of his eyes. That look of panic finally occupied his pair of pupils. His heart for the first time felt a feeling of terror. At this moment, Weevil wanted to draw out his long sword to block, but he was shocked to discover that at this moment, his long sword was being held down by Whitebeard's left hand, and he was unable to move even a bit, completely without any chance to draw it out. The long sword cannot be drawn. The best short-term escape is lost. Weevil has no way to escape, can only persevere to the end to resist. No! Weevil let out a long scream. His hockey was in a state of crisis, causing his entire fat body to be strengthened. His entire body was like a pitch-black steel ball. He can do only so much. Whitebeard's right hand wielded a saber, carrying an incomparable terrifying force and slashed down. Boom! The air shook, like ripples of water. One wave after another continuously pushed out. Meta Knife Weevil, that iron and steel ball-like extremely fat body, instantly dented like a rubber ball. Crackle crackle. The sound of bones exploding from Weevil's body, a loud explosion rang out. Poof. Until the bones exploded, Weevil's body spurted out a stream of crimson blood. Like a whale spitting out blood. Ah! Weevil let out a miserable scream, and his entire body was sent flying out in the rumbling sound. Boom 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 boom. The city's buildings were smashed and sent flying. Weevil crashed into the ruins, countless rocks and soil were scattered, and huge chunks of buildings were blown away, and dust filled the sky. Crackle! Whitebeard's saber in hand, after cutting Weevil flying, also slashed down on the ground layer, the entire island's geological layer instantly shook, a bottomless huge crack. Like lightning, instantly spread out. Tick-tock. Whitebeard held Weevil's long sword in his left hand, blood dripping down. He's injured again. Throwing away his left hand in the long sword, Whitebeard clenched his fist with his left hand. The blood stopped flowing in an instant. Just now that seemingly simple and brutal scene scared the hell out of people. The level of danger within it can be imagined. Not far behind, Ein saw such a scene and couldn't help but be shocked, using his small hand to cover his mouth. His hand couldn't catch Weevil's long sword. Thinking about it now, he felt scared. Boom. A pair of people in the ruins before Weevil was seriously injured and sent flying. Little Ors Jr. just tried his best to push out of the ruins, crawled up, and saw a scene that made him widen his eyes and mouth. Whitebeard's father, standing in front of him again. Dad. Little Ors Jr. suddenly knelt down towards Whitebeard, tears streaming down his face. From the peak of the battle afterwards, Little Ors Jr. was seriously injured and forced to flee to Impel Down. Halfway there, he was rescued by a pirate crew under Whitebeard's banner and was able to return to the New World to recuperate. This island was originally Whitebeard's territory, but it was a small island and not prosperous, so after a year, the remaining island under Whitebeard's flag was already divided by several pirate crews. This island was still peaceful, but for some unknown reason, Weevil set his sights on Little Ors Jr.'s island. Just got this one today. At this moment, seeing Whitebeard appear in front of him, Little Ors Jr. felt as if he was in a dream, so excited that he could hardly believe it. La 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 la. Edward Newgate laughed loudly, his face full of smiles. Little Ors Jr., how are you? The new system template appeared, making it easier for Whitebeard to accept this title of address as father. Speaking of which, Whitebeard appeared on this island, completely coincidental. After reincarnation, he inherited Whitebeard's memories and knew which island belonged to Whitebeard. This island happened to not be too far from Punk Hazard, so he let Ein go this way. Father, your body is completely fine? With great difficulty, Little Ors Jr., the giant race, emerged from his shock. He accidentally only noticed the details on Whitebeard's body at this moment. The countless wounds left behind during the battle on the summit were something Little Ors Jr. had seen with his own eyes. Maybe Whitebeard's body in front of him basically doesn't have a single wound. Little Ors Jr. was shocked and his eyes widened. That pair of giant-like eyes the same size as bronze bells were staring straight ahead. La 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 la. What's so surprising about this? Such a thrilling resurrection event. All happened to me. What else is impossible? How to explain this kind of thing to Ton? System matters are absolutely unspeakable. Taking the resurrection as a cover-up and not investigating is the best explanation. Boom boom boom. Weevil was sent flying by Whitebeard and stood up again. Whitebeard, I must defeat you. I am the strongest existence of this era. Far away on the sea, a warship was speeding away. Bruce, Bruce, Bruce. The warship's phone rang. And the Sengoku Marine wearing a hat released the rice cake in his hand and answered the phone. Sengoku. It's me, King of the Seven Warlords Edward. Weevil's mother, Miss Bakken. I have important information to report to you. On the other end of the phone came Miss Bakken's urgent voice. Sengoku frowned slightly. He knew this Miss Bakken. Self-proclaimed Whitebeard's second Edward. Weevil was under her guidance and had just joined the Seven Warlords of the Sea. In Sengoku's impression, this was a very intelligent and ambitious, low-class woman. Sengoku said in a low voice, what important information? Next, I report intelligence for your Navy headquarters. It may be extremely important. Remember, you can owe me a huge favor. Miss Bakken said ostentatiously as she threw out a heavy news. I know where Whitebeard is. Follow Miss Bakken to get the coordinates of Whitebeard's island. Tell Sengoku and tell his son Weevil, and then follow her orders to fight with Whitebeard with all your might. Stop Whitebeard, and wait for Sengoku and his group to arrive. This is truly a coincidence beyond coincidence. When Miss Bakken brought Weevil to become the Seven Warlords of the Sea, she only remembered the call from the Navy headquarters Marshal Sengoku. It just so happened that at this time, Sengoku and Garp were chasing Whitebeard with all their might. After hearing this news, Miss Bakken became even more excited. Garp and Sengoku are both here. Great, Whitebeard. You didn't escape this time. Even if you were resurrected, you would still be captured again. Black, ha ha ha. Not only can I make a great contribution to the world government, I can also logically obtain the whereabouts of Whitebeard's treasure. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately ordered, change it back. Go all out. Whitebeard will immediately advance to the front of the island. Weevil's body was extremely fat. From his shoulder to his back there was a terrifying wound. This was from Whitebeard's slash. Weevil's physical strength is indeed strong enough. Otherwise, after enduring Whitebeard's extreme attack, he would have died long ago. Whitebeard. Today, I want to decide who is better. The loser will keep his life. Weevil let out a long scream, the sound of his shout shaking the air and buzzing. Father, I'm going to fight him. Little Oars resisted the heavy damage to his body. His eyes were determined. In the Whitebeard pirates, there was never a word of fear. The only thing to fear was the enemy, Little Oars. Be honest and let me be stupid. Whitebeard took a long step forward, his left hand holding Weevil's long sword, suddenly using force to throw it out. The long sword cut through a ray of dark light. Thunder and wind exploded, fiercely stabbing towards Weevil. Weevil's eyes shot out a circle, and he took several steps back, trying to avoid the fierce long sword thrown at him. Bang! Who knew that the long sword had no intention of killing him, but went straight to the ground layer not far in front of him. You can't even hold a knife steady, little brat. Don't think you can sit on the same level as me. The beautiful sunlight in the sky shot straight down, shining on Whitebeard's body, holding the Whitebeard's saber in his hand. His strong body, invisibly, exuded a natural strong man's aura, unstoppable. You dare to laugh at me for not even holding a knife firmly. Hateful. Weevil's eyes widened, his round face turned red with anger. The crescent-shaped Whitebeard was trembling. He was not afraid of the pain from the wounds on his body, but was angered by Whitebeard's words. Captain, I will compete with him. At this moment, Aine, who had been keeping silent all this time, suddenly stood up. Her tall and thin figure, standing between Whitebeard and Weevil, looked like a small human, not even reaching her knees. Under the sunlight, holding the Aine's sword, her eyes were determined, not feeling any fear at all because of the difference in body shape. The sea breeze blew in. Aine's navy blue cloak fluttered. The sharp sword aimed straight at Weevil, Teacher Z's arm, was cut off by him. Today, I am Teacher Z's revenge. Ha ha ha, are you talking about, Zephyr? An old man who was eliminated by the Times also thinks of competing with me. Leaving behind an arm, he ran away in panic. Even the old man who has no courage to continue fighting with me is a waste. The people of that era should all be defeated by me. Whitebeard, you are also a waste of that era. Weevil remembered when he first cut off Zephyr's arm. The Marines beside Zephyr also called Zephyr Teacher Z. Waste of time eliminated. Whitebeard didn't say any nonsense. Both hands grasped the saber. In the air he rotated. The saber was like a long row of screaming. The wind howled, sand flew and rocks ran. Winter, following the huge blade in hand, Whitebeard, carrying a hurricane, charged towards Weevil's place. Boom, 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 boom. As Whitebeard ran like crazy, the entire ground was shaking and shaking. Countless ruins were knocked down, with each step he took. A deep footprint was left on the ground. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Inhumane and unjust are not worthy of living in this world. Whitebeard's sturdy figure suddenly jumped up. His entire body like a dragon, his two hands tightly gripping the blade, armament hockey swirling around it, domineering, iceberg crackling ground slashing down on Weevil. The blade direction. Countless air currents are destroying. Before the blade arrived, the blade she had already sent countless layers of rocks and soil flying in all directions. Pink. It was slow to say, but happened very quickly. Weevil roared angrily, grabbed the long sword stuck in the ground, flipped his hand and slashed towards the sky, slashing at Whitebeard. Mister. The powerful armament hockey instantly swept Weevil's entire body and long sword around. Boom. Two hard sabers slashed. Thunder and wind continuously exploded. A ripple of vibration erupted, stirring up in all directions. The geological layer on the ground exploded, as if it had been slashed by a knife. An estimated layer several meters deep was directly swept away by the vibration of the knife energy. Boom! Weevil's two legs were pressed down into the muddy ground. Crackle! Weevil's long sword suddenly let out a cracking sound. Whitebeard's sword flashed with a cold light and placed it on top of Weevil's head, less than half a meter away from his eyes. In this flash, Weevil felt an unprecedented sense of danger rise in his heart. This was something that had never happened before. Can fight with Whitebeard twice. This kind of never-before-felt sense of danger felt twice. What Weevil was happy about was that the long sword in his hand did not break in the end. Whitebeard's blade was also clamped, unable to suppress it even a little bit. Whitebeard fell to the ground, his left hand separated from the blade. Like a small mountain-like iron fist instantly clenched, a punch flew out. Thunder and wind sounds continuously exploded. The fist surrounded by whirlpools of air roared, straight towards Weevil. This era's name is still called Whitebeard. Boom. Whitebeard punched down, like a heavy punch violently hitting Weevil's neck face, causing his body to shake slightly. One punch below, Weevil's whole body oozed out terrifying blood. And he flew straight out. That deep-seated earth layer's two legs were retreating back, causing the earth layer to form a deep furrow. Countless rocks and soil followed it, continuously flying, as if it was exploding. Rocks and soil were flying everywhere, and the ground was shaking continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Weevil's time could be said to be extremely miserable. After enduring Whitebeard's iceberg-shattering punch, he flew backwards. Not only did he leave a deep trench on the ground, but in the process, he also smashed a building into ruins and collapsed with a loud crash. Far away on the sea, the pirates who fled from this island were now looking at the island in horror. They originally heard the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, but for this kind of unimaginable thing, without seeing it with their own eyes, many pirates maintained a skeptical attitude. Until now. They witnessed Whitebeard's appearance with their own eyes, and even witnessed an extremely intense battle between Whitebeard and Weevil. Whitebeard has an overwhelming advantage. That crazy tyrant Weevil is unmatched. Whitebeard is really reborn. The man called Whitebeard has no death. The Whitebeard era has no end. This is the rampant new world. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are no match for Edward Weevil. Whitebeard II. In front of Whitebeard, he doesn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. Crushing. This is absolutely crushing. The pirates in the distance were all terrified. They witnessed Whitebeard fighting with their own eyes. This was enough to make any pirate man's blood boil with passion. Whitebeard fighting. Whitebeard era. Will it fall again? The pirates all couldn't help but tremble. Whitebeard's resurrection. Those pirates who annexed Whitebeard Pirates Island will not be able to sleep in peace? Someone was trembling. He had once planned to take over the Whitebeard Pirates Island. Fortunately, someone arrived first. Now thinking about it still feels scary. The most frightened person. I'm afraid it's not Blackbeard Teachmakchuk. Someone said so, and many pirates agreed. That's not certain. Blackbeard Teach has already stepped into the four emperors. Each of his subordinates are also famous and fierce people. After going through several battles, he has never been defeated. Moreover, Blackbeard is the only one in the world with two types of powerful demon fruit ability users. The dark ball and the fruit that originally belonged to Whitebeard are shaking. Also have meticulous analysis. Not a few people become knotted. The shock fruit in Whitebeard's hand shook the whole world, shaking the tsunami, causing an earthquake. Even Marineford was under the shock fruit, tilting to one side. The entire Marineford town was almost destroyed. What a shock. Someone was gloomy, muttering to himself, Whitebeard doesn't have a shock. Can he still create the glorious Whitebeard, create the Whitebeard era? Humph. Across the ocean, with just one name, one can threaten a region of the sea, other than Whitebeard. Who else can do it? As long as the entire Whitebeard pirates return, even if there is no major uproar under Whitebeard's leadership, they can still sweep this ocean. The Whitebeard era is no joke. Look, there seems to be a warship over there. Miss Backen, the old lady hiding in the distance, saw this terrifying battle scene and was instantly scared to the point that her two legs went limp. Her entire body trembled with fear. Her wrinkled face looked as if she had seen a ghost, and her eyes were filled with fear. This. Is this a lie? The invincible Weevil, in Whitebeard's hands, was actually unable to withstand even two moves. Humph. Miss Backen. Weevil's crimes are all your own doing. I'll see where you can hide. not knowing when Ein, holding the famous sword, stood behind Miss. Miss Bakken turned her head and saw Ein with a majestic cold light sword in his hand. She was so scared that she retreated backwards. She didn't even pay attention to the old face and rolled over, running away without her shoes. Evil deeds do not stop. Still want to run away. Ein's body swung sideways, her long blue hair fluttering in the wind. The long sword in her hand shook out a gorgeous sword flower, stabbing straight at Miss Bakken. Miss Bakken was instantly scared out of her wits, her legs went soft, and she knelt on the ground. Poof! The long sword stabbed into Miss Bakken's side of the underground lair. Ein still did not kill him in the end. This point was just like Zephyr, gentle in the bones. I won't kill you for now. Ein lifted the short and evil old lady Miss Bakken with one hand and returned to Whitebeard's side. What a waste. Whitebeard. This time Miss Bakken was even more scared to the point of cold sweat. The more scared, the more scared. Old lady, you are the infamous Whitebeard. Edward Newgate indifferently lowered his head and looked over, the blade in his hand without any mercy. No, 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 no. You can't kill me. I have important intelligence. I can tell you extremely important intelligence. You can't kill me. Miss Bakken's face thickened again. Except for fear, she was still afraid. She relied on Whitebeard's reputation, incited the powerful Weevil, and beat Whitebeard's second flag. She did whatever she wanted on the sea, and did everything she could. After Whitebeard died, not only did she not avenge Whitebeard, she also massacred the pirate crew under Whitebeard's flag, greedily picking Whitebeard's treasures. Let you off? What kind of joke is that? Whitebeard didn't even bother to pay attention to Miss Bakken's so-called intelligence, and didn't even bother to look at someone like her. He raised his saber high, the cold blade emitting an icy cold light. Ungrateful and unjust people don't deserve to live in this world. Stop. Just as Whitebeard raised his saber high and was about to die, a heavy soul roar resounded throughout the entire island. Follow. Two figures appeared in everyone's sight. On the sea surface, many pirates were in a panic. Each one was in a state of panic and anxiety. Marine hero, Iron Fist, Garp. Navy headquarters former Marshal, Sengoku. Pirate King Roger the legendary Marine. Iron Fist, Garp, and Sengoku. Unexpectedly, at this time, two Marines with absolutely resounding reputations appeared on this island. Everyone is open. Iron Fist, Garp, and Sengoku are heading towards Whitebeard. Once captured the legendary pirate King Roger, now chasing after Whitebeard. This matter. The pirates were extremely clear in their hearts that an absolutely earth-shattering battle was about to erupt on this island. At the same time as the pirates were shocked, Miss Bakken's face was filled with joy. Miss Bakken, who was just kneeling on the ground begging for forgiveness, saw Garp and Sengoku arrive later, and for a moment, a smile of joy appeared on that old and thick-skinned face. Her entire face was like a withering chrysanthemum. It was very difficult to look at if it was very ugly. But Miss Bakken herself did not feel that way. Whitebeard, your opponents are Garp and Sengoku. The person you want to slash with your knife should be them, not me, an old woman. Miss Bakken was exceptionally intelligent. She was not complacent. On the contrary, she was extremely experienced in charming people and explained, Whitebeard, to prevent the enemy from killing you, if you behead that old woman who can't even tie a chicken with one hand, you might be laughed at by the New World pirates. Miss Bakken seemed to have extraordinary confidence. Her old eyes revealed a fox-like cunning. Whitebeard, you already know, from the outside, I am your lover. Let's not talk about the outcome of our relationship. If you let Garp and Sengoku, the two enemies who killed your son Ace, not deal with me, but instead kill me, this will probably become the biggest laughingstock in the New World. Even in the future, your children will no longer believe in you. Miss Bakken Bala Bala, like a bean curd, said a long string of explanations in one breath. People can't help but admire her great breathing ability. Like her extremely thick facial skin, she is really different from ordinary people. But for Miss Bakken, this series of explanations, Whitebeard didn't pay any attention. What a joke. I am Whitebeard. If with a few words from you, this disgusting old woman, you change my mind, then I don't deserve to be called Whitebeard. Whitebeard, do you still think you can continue to act rashly on this vast ocean? You don't even spare the old, weak, and sick. This isn't your style. Garp, wearing a dog head cap and a navy coat of justice, quickly ran over, forming a 2-on-1 corner with Sengoku, and headed towards Whitebeard. They also won't be as arrogant as those newbies. After knowing that Whitebeard killed Kizaru, Garp and Sengoku reached a consensus and joined hands to deal with Whitebeard. Mr. Garp, as usual, was careless. When facing a strong person of Whitebeard's level, he did not have the slightest bit of negligence. His jet-black hockey armament directly revolved around his pair of iron fists and charged forward. At the same time, Sengoku's body emitted a golden halo, and his entire body transformed into an extremely solemn golden Buddha. Whitebeard, your opponents are us, not that old lady who can't even tie a chicken with one hand. Wearing golden-framed Sengoku glasses, he opened his mouth to speak. His voice was like a solemn great Buddha chanting sutras, making the listeners not dare to have the slightest disobedience. What a joke, Miss Bakken and Weevil's actions on this vast ocean, who doesn't know and who doesn't understand. It can be said that they are inhumane, unrighteous, unfilial, and disloyal. But Whitebeard was not moved at all. A great man roams the vast seas. Why should he care about these trivial details? Seeing something that annoys him, just slash with one slash. You're a provoking person standing on the moral high ground. Garp, Sengoku, you too. When did you learn to open your eyes and talk nonsense? Whitebeard's muscles were like pins and dragons wrapped around his arm. Raising his blade high, right in front of Garp and Sengoku's faces, he suddenly slashed downward. Don't forget. I am Whitebeard. What right do you have to make me stop? Poof. Raised hand to slash down. Miss Bakken was slashed. Miss Bakken never thought that even in her death, she would use her intelligence to rescue Garp and Sengoku, but in front of Whitebeard, it would be of no use at all. But Garp and Sengoku, it's even more unimaginable. Whitebeard. Million stars. In their faces again, cut off Miss Bakken. This is a slap in the face. Completely not giving them any face. If so, that can't be said. Sengoku's great Buddha state, like diamond. Huge arm carried an extremely terrifying fluctuation. A punch struck towards Whitebeard. In just a moment, each wave of vibration, like a vibration in the air. Shockwave. Garp was already aiming at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, if I let you continue to act wildly on this vast sea, this crazy era will become uncontrollable. So, you must fall down. You're so cute. Edward. Newgate laughed loudly towards the beheaded Miss Bakken. Without even glancing at him, the huge blade in his hand suddenly swung with all his might. In a flash, the hurricane howled. Countless human head-sized rocks were blown up by the hurricane, fall down for the second time. If that's the case, I won't crawl out of the grave. Boom. Even though he was facing the two legendary Marines Garp and Sengoku at the same time, Whitebeard still did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His face was extremely calm. This was the no matter your tsunami, I fear nothing, kingly spirit. Waving his huge saber, Whitebeard suddenly slashed out, forcing a shockwave straight towards Sengoku, a punch bombarding him. The great Buddha statue of golden body Sengoku, in the fist, carried a circle of terrifying air compression shockwaves wherever the fist passed. The air was completely compressed into a vacuum area, forming a field like a long line of vacuum paths, combined with Sengoku on the body of golden light shining, solemn treasure general below. Carried the ability to punch to explode all illusion's huge destructive force. Boom. Wrapped around the 693 bladed blades of armament hockey, together with Sengoku's shockwave fist. They fiercely slashed down together, a deafening sound of steel colliding, resounding throughout the entire island. Even the pirates far away on the sea surface couldn't help but cover their ears. Even the slightly weak pirates would get their eardrums hurt. Sengoku in the punch shockwave instantly was shattered. Containing terrifying shockwaves, the pills shattered in an instant, forming an extremely terrifying hurricane that blew out in all directions. The air in pieces seemed to vibrate as they shook together, and the powerful shockwaves spread outwards at the same time, forcing the geological layer to sweep away countless rocks and soil. In a flash, the gale howled, sand flew and rocks ran. The sky and earth were filled with rocks, like wild snakes dancing, destroying the sky. The situation is extremely scary. This is just Ikaku fight. Garp attacked at the same time as Sengoku, and Sengoku's fist and sword clashed in an instant. With a powerful stance that shattered everything, he used an incomparable Iron Fist and fiercely attacked Whitebeard. Iron Fist direction. The air is trembling. Each stream of air is disturbed. Under the pressure, each sound is like thunder and explosion. The sound of explosion is continuously ringing, extremely terrifying. Edward Newgate did not hesitate at all. One hand slashed Sengoku with a sword, the other hand clenched his fist and attacked Garp. Under the powerful and domineering hockey weapon that had been strengthened behind the punch. Compared to real iron and steel, it was even harder. Whitebeard was simply brutal, but had an extremely domineering punch, straight hitting Garp. Pink. Two majestic and imposing iron fists, carrying the sound of thunder and wind, were like two rapidly approaching iron trains, fighting together. That sound like thunder suddenly exploded. The middle of the punch. Even more sparks flew. Just a flash, a ripple of vibration, from the middle of the fist shook out. The situation is extremely horrible. Garp and Sengoku were both shocked in their hearts. Under the powerful combination of the two of them, they didn't expect Whitebeard to deal with it so calmly. He didn't feel any weakness at all, even faintly. The two of them could feel that Whitebeard's strength was even stronger than before when they were at the peak of the battle. This must be an illusion. The two of them also did not believe that Whitebeard could turn back the clock and restore his peak strength from back then. The dead are resurrected and have already left, causing enough trouble for their Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, in this era of peace and justice, you still fall. Sengoku opened his mouth, like a great Buddha chanting sutras. That huge great Buddha statue's golden body emitted a solemn and incomparable golden light, just like a true Buddha who saves all living beings. Sengoku punched through. His momentum never decreasing at all, the great Buddha golden body turned, like a great hand seal, holding a huge destructive force shock wave, punching out again. Garp also punched out in the same way. The air couldn't help but shake. Countless explosions accompanied by punches rang out. Garp and Sengoku, one on the left and one on the right, formed a corner position and fought fiercely with Whitebeard. Near the face, the huge blade can immediately become a flaw. Garp and Sengoku obviously both know this point, given the situation. Whitebeard is forced to capture Whitebeard this time. Absolutely cannot let the Whitebeard era rise up again in this piece of sea to advance. Otherwise, if Whitebeard continues to rampage through this vast ocean, it will certainly be like Sengoku said before, causing the entire world to go crazy. This crazy era will completely lose control. This is not the world the government wants to see the image of. For Garp and Sengoku, this is a must-win battle. For Whitebeard, it became a test of his own strength to restore the situation in a fierce battle. No matter if it was cutting Kizaru or using absolute advantage to crush and kill CP0. It was impossible to make Whitebeard use all his strength. Moreover, from borrowing the Don Quixote family's hand, the news of Whitebeard's resurrection was released, gaining a huge emotional value. After the second recovery, he had not experienced any intense fighting. This one time is the perfect opportunity. Contest your own strength in the end. How best opportunity. You're so cute. Facing the Iron Fist Garp and the Navy headquarters Admiral Sengoku joining forces, Whitebeard laughed freely, that extremely domineering and heroic spirit, invisibly bursting out. The weak are not qualified to discuss justice. You guys just go ahead and gallop over. Come and fight for justice. Be qualified. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. Whitebeard suddenly grabbed the position of the saber's handle with both hands and swung it around with force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the moment Garp and Sengoku rushed over, the high-speed blade rotated like a meat grinder, simultaneously sweeping Garp and Sengoku away. Each burst of sharp whistling air vortex, rotating below, even forming an extremely tyrannical equal storm, sweeping towards Garp and Sengoku. Countless rocks and soil were launched high into the air, spinning and splashing in a long line in midair. This scene is extremely horrible. Like this cannot stop this old man. 277, countless rocks and soil were scattered to Sengoku's side. All of them were blown away by the golden light that was emitting from the great Buddha's body, and were even buried into dust, as if these majestic golden lights contained shock waves. The great golden Buddha statue of Sengoku was not disturbed at all. Its momentum was overwhelming, unprecedented, carrying a wave of shockwaves as it punched wherever it passed. The flying rocks and soil were all shaken into dust and scattered. The shockwave instantly reached Whitebeard's side. The situation was hanging by a thread. Whitebeard instantly slashed 4 times. These 4 slashes were made with unparalleled power. 1 slash cut through Sengoku's shockwave, 1 slash towards Sengoku himself, the 3rd slash cut out Garp's iron fist. The 4th slash cut Garp himself. Infinitely domineering blade, incredibly powerful hockey armament, terrifyingly destructive swordsmanship. These 4 slashes were cut out. Even the 10,000 miles of love sky was cut into 4 streaks of crackling silver. Thunder and wind stirred at the same time. Wind and clouds swirled. It was as if the sky was about to split open. Sengoku and Garp absolutely did not expect that Whitebeard's swordsmanship would be so powerful and domineering. Even they, under such domineering swordsmanship, would be unable to oppose him. 2 people were almost simultaneously slashed away. Fled out I don't know how many 100 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. The last 4 slashes slashed down on the ground above. The entire small island was shaking, for bottomless, terrifying cracks, like lightning, cracked in an instant, rapidly spreading. The ground layer below the 4 slashes was split open. Captain He seems to have become stronger again, and had already retreated to the distance. Seeing such a scene from afar, could not help but become shocked. She had been witnessing Whitebeard's fierce battle since the beginning of his resurrection. Every time can also clearly feel Whitebeard is constantly recovering, constantly becoming stronger. This made Ein's heart tremble endlessly. The battles he has gone through during this period of time, even if he were to watch the entire new world, could definitely be said to be an extremely intense battle. But this kind of battle made the captain fight harder and harder. Not only was Ein shocked, even little Ors Jr., who had followed Whitebeard very early on, was also extremely shocked. His heart was even more agitated, even severely injured. He still wanted to stand up and fight side by side with Whitebeard's father. That kind of fighting is what a man should have passion for. Far away on the sea surface, the pirate group saw Whitebeard's 4 sword slashes and were simultaneously violently shaken by an earthquake. They were just like Sengoku Garp. They never expected that Whitebeard's swordsmanship would become so powerful and overbearing. This isn't a joke, right? Garp and Sengoku, 2 legendary marines, joined forces and were both blown away by Whitebeard alone. You must know, this is the Pirate King Roger, all in the hands of 2 legendary marines. Iron Fist Garp, Sengoku. Just by any one of these names is enough to intimidate a large pirate community. A legendary existence that makes countless pirates change their faces when they hear it. Today, under their joint efforts, they were single-handedly cut down by Whitebeard. Among those who have not truly declined before, do not want to jump to conclusions. Look quickly. Garp and Sengoku's Iron Fist are aiming at Whitebeard again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each vortex of air ravaged inside, Garp and Sengoku once again charged to their deaths. This time it was different from before. The 2 of them didn't split up to attack Whitebeard, but instead attacked from the same direction side by side. Without any extra words, Whitebeard slashed out a blade, like opening the heavens and splitting the earth. The wind and clouds stirred. The air was instantly slashed apart. Mr. The great golden Buddha statue of Sengoku on his body burst out a dazzling golden light, only to see Sengoku's 2 hands aimed at Whitebeard and suddenly pushed out the saber. 2 shock waves like light balls placed on Sengoku's palm that emitted a large golden light. Pink. A deafening bang rang out in a flash. Sengoku's 2 hands' shockwaves instantly shattered at the slashing blade, but Sengoku's 2 hands, in an unimaginable 5.5 move, tightly clamped Whitebeard's blade. All of this sounds like a long story, but in fact it happened in an extremely short moment. Almost at the same time, Garp, who was facing Sengoku, attacked side by side. A pair of iron fists broke through everything. With lightning speed, he couldn't even cover his ears. He aimed his slash at Whitebeard, who was completely unprepared, and it smashed out. This is an extremely dangerous scene. It really happened too quickly. So fast that everyone saw such a scene, they couldn't help but become frightened. Whitebeard. Danger. Wow, wow, wow. Each heavy breathing sound, the people watching the battle felt nervous inside. No one would have thought that just now. Garp and Sengoku were sent flying by Whitebeard in a one-on-two fight. And then the next moment, the battle situation would directly change. At this moment, the battlefield became extremely tense, even more dangerous. The battle outcome also became unpredictable. Ain's whole body couldn't help but be nervous, holding the famous saber in her palm. Because of being too nervous, she was continuously sweating coldly. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the extremely dangerous scene on the battlefield. Even the ever-fearless little Ors Jr., at this moment, his big eyes, like bronze bells, were also wide open. His heart was so nervous that he wished he could immediately rush up and fight in place of Whitebeard's father, but even if he wasn't seriously injured, it would be too late. All this happened so fast. Sengoku this time can be said to be a betting that Whitebeard will slash at him and Garp. 10 like this, he blocks Whitebeard's slash at the same time. Garp attacks Whitebeard by surprise, definitely successful. Indeed, success is just around the corner. Garp's speed of attack did not slow down at all because he was an old soldier. On the contrary, it was so fast that before the sound of wind and thunder could be heard, Garp's pair of iron fists that could be counted in thousands of pirates across the Grand Line had already landed on Edward Newgate's body. During the entire process, Whitebeard only had time to use armament hockey to strengthen his body, using this to cancel out the destructive power of the Iron Fist. Success. Sengoku's eyes revealed a hint of joy. He was always calm and composed, but at this moment, he couldn't help but become excited. In the end, he could be considered to be quite relieved. Ain from afar couldn't help but close his eyes, not daring to look at such a terrifying scene. Boom. Whitebeard let out a deep hum, his body even emitting a low, thunderous sound. Dad. Like bubbles appearing from the surface of the sea, the air vibrated in all directions and stirred outwards. Without any surprise, Garp's pair of iron fists engraved in front of Whitebeard. It's just that, compared to Sengoku's joyful expression, Garp's facial expression was extremely strange. Because his two hands are falling down afterwards, will not be able to move forward a bit. Garp suddenly raised his head, just in time to see Whitebeard's unusually bright eyes along with the same confidence on Whitebeard's face. That mysterious moon-like Whitebeard seemed to fiercely stab Garp's iron-hearted self. At this moment, Garp's heart suddenly trembled, and an unknown surge of madness surged out from deep within his heart. Just Garp didn't have time to make any reaction. The huge shadow above his head had already descended. Only saw Sengoku's two hands tightly clamping the huge saber, suddenly being made by a domineering and peerless force. The blade suddenly flashed with a terrifying cold light. At this moment, the joy on Sengoku's face suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his heart. Sengoku muttered something bad. He was basically not allowed to make any other reaction. Whitebeard suddenly used force with both hands. The blade instantly broke through the restraints on Sengoku's two hands. The pitch-black blade stabbed into Sengoku's eyes, causing his pupils to instantly enlarge. The saber used its overwhelming and devastating force to destroy the great golden Buddha statue Sengoku in an instant. From mid-air slashed into the ground layer. Boom, boom, boom. An extremely large deep pit was instantly cut open, countless rocks and soil flew out, shooting out in all directions. This is not over yet. Whitebeard threw a sword, instantly slashing beside Garp. Garp was stunned for a moment, his heart was filled with fear and panic, and he quickly retreated, extremely dangerously avoiding Whitebeard's fatal slash. Resisting Garp's two punches, Whitebeard's blood and energy were also continuously surging. But Whitebeard didn't care about these things at all, because Sengoku's injuries were far more serious than his by who knows how many times. Noisy. For this thrilling and dangerous excitement, the fierce battle was comfortable, and all the pirates in the distance were in an uproar. Deeper people cannot help but gasp for breath. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What a terrifying way to kill the enemy. Not caring at all about one's own safety, such a domineering way. Turning danger into safety. Twisting and turning. Changing the battle situation in an instant. As expected of Whitebeard. This is Whitebeard. Ain opened her eyes and saw Whitebeard safe and sound. Her heart was finally put down. She sighed. Who can tell me what exactly happened? Little Ors Jr. was so excited that tears were flowing out. He was really too nervous just now. Woohoo! Garp was forced to retreat far away, breathing heavily. On his forehead was unprecedented cold sweat appeared. That short black and white hair seemed at this moment countless white-green. The whole person became even older. Whitebeard, your body has not any weakness become weak from aging. If it was before, Whitebeard's body, which was in critical condition, even if it was covered in hockey, would definitely not be able to strongly resist Garp's fierce iron fist. But right now Whitebeard is doing it. So how could it not make Garp terrified? Old and weak. La 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 la. Whitebeard lowered his head and glanced at the chest where Garp left 2 fist marks. His blood was churning at the same time. His body's blood was boiling. His blade was aimed straight at Garp's place. Don't joke. I am. Whitebeard. Garp's heart was shocked. This had been the last time this had happened for so many years. The legendary Marine had pushed Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times. The scar on his left eye followed the hysterical eyelid. Before this, no matter how miraculous the situation was, Garp could always put on a strong smile, but today Garp couldn't smile. Using the flesh body to resist Garp's 2 iron fists, what kind of concept is this? Normally pirates would absolutely die on the spot. Garp once punched Shinja's head, which was frozen on the continent, and dented. But before his eyes, there were 2 fist marks left on Whitebeard's chest. But there weren't many more wounds. Even though Garp's physical strength has weakened over the years, his iron fist's power has also weakened accordingly. Perhaps Whitebeard hasn't become weak from old age. Why can he still withstand one of his punches? The only explanation Garp could give in his heart was that Whitebeard had not aged or become weak. What terrified Garp was not this, but Whitebeard's extremely domineering fighting style. Not caring at all about his own safety, just to kill the enemy, cut down Sengoku. The more Garp thought about it, the more scared he became. He and Sengoku had worked together for countless years. In this vast sea, pirates roamed everywhere. As long as Garp joined forces with Sengoku, there was nothing he couldn't capture. Even the Pirate King Roger would fall into their hands. That is, today was set up by Whitebeard again. Could it be that Whitebeard's observation hockey is so strong that he can predict Sengoku and Ai's battle plan? Garp's heart suddenly turned cold. This was something that had never happened before. Regardless of whether you are old or weak, this era, you should not be the one to act recklessly. After all, after experiencing hundreds of thousands of legendary battles, Garp, after being shocked, once again regained his former confidence in fighting strong enemies. Just at this moment, Whitebeard held a huge saber in his hand, already slashing towards him, slashing out a sudden thunderous saber. The saber was invincible, unstoppable, carrying with it an absolute tyrannical force. Instantly slashing towards him. Garp also wouldn't be stupid like a rookie who died fighting for his dignity. His body flipped from side to side, extremely dangerously avoiding the slash. Boom! While Garp was dodging, the saber slashed down on the ground, instantly creating a bottomless, terrifying crack on the ground. The crack was like lightning, quickly spreading into the distance, emitting terrifying rumbling sounds. What? Just as Garp was about to fall to the ground, his pupils suddenly contracted, his hockey observed. And an idea flashed through his mind. Only saw Whitebeard slash out a huge blade, slashing across the ground. Countless rocks and soil rolled up at the same time. The ground was like a rolling earth dragon, extremely majestic. The blade was like a dragon's head slashing towards Garp. Facing the blade attack right before his eyes, Garp had nowhere to hide. He could only shout. His 2 fists suddenly used force to continuously go out, circulating extremely powerful armament hockey, smashing towards the huge blade attack that was carrying 1,000 troops and horses to kill. Boom! The sound of steel colliding exploded, like thunder, extremely shocking and deafening. The air was like a spider web, instantly shattering, terrifying vortexes of air, like huge waves, swept backwards. Countless rocks and soil were blown away. Crackle! Only saw Garp, then also broken iron on a pair of iron fists, appeared countless dense cracks like cracks. No matter how powerful the iron fist is, how can it compensate for the peerlessly domineering sword style? Moreover, Whitebeard's armament hockey is not inferior to Garp's at all. Are not. Suddenly, Garp never had a miserable scream. His entire body was instantly slashed away on his two fists. Those densely crisscrossed cracked wounds were continuously pouring out small drops of fresh blood. Extremely terrifying. Boom. Finally, Garp smashed a building and hit the ground inside. The sky was filled with dust and mist. The entire battle scene was unusually grand. Numb. Far away on the sea, hearing the sound of pirates running towards them, the number of them was constantly increasing. They saw Whitebeard and Garp Sengoku fighting at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That man who scared the shit out of the New World pirates when he heard the news. Come back. Someone stared with wide eyes, revealing fear. The Whitebeard era will fall once again. Whitebeard, the ruler of the world. The king returns to Lee. There was no shortage of pirates, who began to pick up their phones and spread the news of this battle to the farthest seas. More and more pirates knew about this battle. Any pirates who could rush to the front would rush over crazily, wanting to witness such a fierce battle with their own eyes. The farther out on the ocean, each island that originally belonged to Whitebeard launched a counterattack war. At this moment, the pirate crews that originally annexed Whitebeard were all scared out of their wits. Their scalps numb, like birds scared of a slingshot, anxious and nervous. Boom. On the island, far away in a deep pit, Edward Weevil, that very fat body, stained with blood, crawled out from inside. Cough, cough, cough. Another deep hole inside has restored the form of Sengoku. One side coughs blood, one side crawls out. I'm not dead yet. In the ruins of Garp, two fists that were continuously dripping blood also appeared once again in everyone's sight. Noisy. In the distance, each pirate couldn't help but be in an uproar. Again, not dead yet. You three want to join hands? Someone exclaimed. Sengoku, Garp, and the others are Marines, and Edward and Weevil are members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. So they are both part of the world government's efforts. Ayn couldn't help but be surprised. She finally let go of her heart and hung it up again, extremely nervous. But she also knew this kind of level of battle, she absolutely couldn't participate. Forcing her to join could only make Whitebeard hinder. What now? Ayn's eyes suddenly noticed the distant giant race Little Oars Jr., her sea blue eyes flashing with light. She was not only a navigator, but also had good medical skills. Ayn quickly ran back to the pirate ship to find the medical chest. 743 unexpected things happened. Sengoku, Garp, Weevil, 3 people resolutely joined hands. This fierce and prolonged battle once again brought about a shocking change. The final outcome, the second time around, becomes unpredictable. Everyone couldn't help but become nervous. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Garp's 2 fists continuously dripped drops of crimson blood. His fists, while resisting the blade attack, were extremely severely injured. Sengoku was slashed from the head by the saber. A bloodline appeared on his forehead. The Marine Corps' outer coat in front of him was already shattered to the point of no longer having any shape. A terrifying wound appeared on his chest. Look, Sengoku and Weevil's wounds are exactly the same. In the distance, a pirate shouted, pointing at Sengoku and Weevil. Many pirates' eyes simultaneously fell on Sengoku and Weevil. Sure enough, the wounds on the 2 people were definitely the same as a print from a grave. On the forehead, bloodline. Chest were the blood stains. Is there something unclear between the 2 of you? Some people misunderstood, in such a tense atmosphere that enveloped the scene below. The vase clearly added a humorous feeling. Sengoku felt each and every unusual gaze and was instantly furious. What kind of joke was this? How could this old man have a relationship with Weevil? I must kill you. It's my favorite mummy's revenge. Weevil was covered in blood. Knowing that Miss Backen was beheaded by Whitebeard, hatred and humiliation turned into a sky-high anger. Boom. Weevil took the lead in moving, his extremely fat body running like crazy, shaking the island and the mountains. His momentum was terrifying. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. The 2 of them no longer had any extra nonsense. Together with Weevil, they quickly charged towards Whitebeard. 3 people joined hands. The battle exploded at the touch of a finger. Whitebeard fought 3 people on one, and a fierce battle broke out between the 3 of them. The sky and earth were filled with rocks flying, and sharp, ear-piercing explosions sounded. Like thunder, continuously exploding. The entire island was shaking, continuously breaking out into terrifying cracks. The small town on the island was completely destroyed. Piece by piece turned into ruins. The sound of thunder and wind fell. The surrounding waves of the island became more and more stirred up. The fish in the sea water, like frightened birds, desperately fled. Even the Sea King, hiding at the bottom of the sea, could not help but all quickly escape. Everyone just felt their scalps go numb. Looking at each battle was scared out of their wits. This kind of intense battle level, it was truly too terrifying. On the coast, Sengoku's warship, a group of Marines descended, finally waiting for the Enyo Marine Ein to appear. The Grand Inspector Sengoku is indeed extremely intelligent. He has already anticipated all of this. Let's quickly go capture Ein, and use this to force Whitebeard. Once Whitebeard is distracted, Grand Inspector Sengoku and the hero Garp will definitely be able to achieve victory. From there, capture Whitebeard. A pair of Marines quickly headed towards the main direction, carrying Ein's medical chest on their backs. Impossible. Ein secretly said that this was not good, carrying the medical box and quickly running like crazy. But where did she run? Past a group of strictly trained Navy headquarters elite Marines. Even though this group of Marines were relatively young, their strength was not lacking at all. Very quickly Ein was surrounded. If you obediently surrender and let yourself be tied up, you can avoid suffering. As the head of the Navy, he was promoted to the position of Navy Headquarters Major Helmeppo, currently Garp's right-hand man. He held 2 EC lone sabers in his hands, the blades flashing with cold light. His strength cannot be underestimated. Ein, just obediently come with us. We didn't mean to hurt you. Another person wearing a righteous marine coat, with binoculars on his head, Kobe, awakened his observation hockey at the peak of the battle, and became an outstanding Marine under Garp. Speaking of righteousness, isn't it that you want to capture me and rape Captain Whitebeard? Don't even dream of getting your way. Ein alone faced more than 10 Marines, but did not have the slightest intention of retreating. The sea breeze blew in. The blue cloak on his body fluttered. Ein held a long sword in his hand. His eyes were determined. His posture was majestic. Retire. Ein's sword straight to Helmeppo. The person behind twisted his twin swords and received Ein's sword. Helmeppo had just revealed a look of joy, but who knew that Ein's long sword in his hand shook, unleashing astonishing swordsmanship, instantly injuring Helmeppo. Fresh blood dripped down. Helmeppo immediately retreated backwards. Ein coldly snorted. The long swords clanged loudly. Each sword slashed out. Several Marines were forced back. Some were even injured by the long swords. Ding! Suddenly, Kobe, who had been avoiding the fight, struck the Ein longsword from his hand with his sword. Ein was immediately shocked. Observation hockey. The battle on this side also attracted the attention of many pirates. Seeing this, they all sighed in unison. It's over. Sengoku is indeed the highest advisor of the Navy headquarters. His intelligence is 1 level higher. Send someone to capture Whitebeard's pursuer. Whitebeard will be forced again. This battle will probably fall to Sengoku's side because of this small detail. By the sea, Kobe shouted loudly, catch her. Injured and frustrated Helmeppo made the first move. A group of Marines rose up together. But what they didn't notice at all was that, facing the group of Marines pouncing on them, Ein actually revealed a sly smile. Next show, everyone was stunned. Only saw Ein on the palm of her hand appeared similar to the devil fire. Ein struggled to move. Her body jumped. Each streak of fire flame continuously pressed out towards the Marines. All the Marines were pressed into the evil fire flame by her. The improper relationship fire flame came into contact with the Marine's body, and after it was attacked, it completely merged into it. Next show, everyone was stunned. A group of Marines attacked Ein, including Kobe and Helmeppo, all turned into teenage boys. Hehe. Ein clapped his hands in satisfaction. A pair of big and cute eyes flashed with a victorious smile. The improper relationship in his hand emitted a fire flame, looking towards a group of children who had turned into helpless children. Ein's eyes were full of smiles. In a flash, you all will disappear from here. Now you all will become hostages. Numb. Everyone took a second breath. Unexpectedly, the originally higher intelligence than Sengoku failed to steal a chicken and lost a handful of rice, wanted to take Ein hostage, forced Whitebeard. Who would have thought that the final result would be Ein alone capturing a group of Marines, all of them? This is really out. Everyone predicted. Paramecia system. Rotten Fruit Island ability user _ We all underestimate her. The pirates were terrified. Kobe waited for the Marines, all with sullen faces and heads bowed. They followed Sengoku's arrangements and waited in ambush inside the warship. Only when they finally got the chance to take out their phones did they hear the results. It was truly indescribable. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Whitebeard fought 1 against 3 fiercely, and it was already fierce. Violent shock inside, Weevil's body had terrifying wounds. His skin and flesh were torn apart, hanging upside down. His whole body was covered in blood. His eyes were red from killing. Kill, kill, kill. Facing Whitebeard's slash. Weevil's eyes suddenly shot out a fierce light. Poof. Whitebeard stabbed his sword into Weevil's body. Blood instantly gushed out. Ah! Weevil screamed in pain, that pair of cruel eyes. Wide open like bronze bells, both hands suddenly grabbed the handle of the knife. He didn't mind having his body pierced by the blade, and wanted to risk his life to catch Whitebeard's blade. Tightly pressing down on the blade, forcing Whitebeard to have no choice but to let go of the blade. It was slow to say, but it happened very quickly, just like the blood-warring states and Garp. Almost at the same time, seized this rare opportunity to disappear in the blink of an eye, joining hands to attack Whitebeard. The golden light on the great golden Buddha statue of Sengoku's body, compared to before, also turned dim, not as bright and dazzling as before. Garp's pair of invincible and domineering iron fists were now covered with exquisite cracks. 2 people were seriously injured, but even so, 2 people working together is extremely dangerous. Whitebeard's situation is extremely critical. The situation is even more dangerous. This tense to the point of suffocating battle welcomes the final fierce battle. La 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 la. Sengoku, you guys think you can defeat me like this? Whitebeard's haki roared. His blood-red body shook violently. His entire body's strength was continuously exploding, even though he was in such a dangerous situation. That domineering aura that feared nothing was still strong. This was the true air of a king ruling the world. Like this, you're like defeating me. What do you guys think I am? I am Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. The ground layer under Whitebeard's feet continuously exploded. Countless rocks and soil were kicked away by Whitebeard. The ground layer under Whitebeard's feet continuously sank. A terrifying, domineering force suddenly erupted. What? The lightning attack left Sengoku and Garp shocked for a moment. Only saw Whitebeard with both hands using terrifying strength. Suddenly raised the blade, bringing Weevil's giant body to the forefront. A giant shadow covers Sengoku and Garp's heads. Let the 2 people suddenly have a feeling of fear in their hearts. It's not much. Risking my life today, I also want to capture Whitebeard. Sengoku and Garp almost instantly made the same decision. The 2 of them had no choice but to retreat. Their bodies shot out, ending their belief of never turning back, and charged towards Whitebeard. East. Winter. Sengoku and Garp's 2 fists. Carrying a mountain-shattering, sea-shattering momentum, without any surprises, simultaneously landed on Whitebeard's body, in just a moment, erupting a deafening thunderous sound. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Whitebeard resisted the 2 people injured. One immediately retreated 3 big steps. After 3 big steps, Whitebeard used the power of the mad wind, holding the sword in his hand to pierce through Weevil's stance, bringing Weevil down from the sky together, directly slashing at Sengoku's body. Poof! Even the great golden Buddha Sengoku could not stop Whitebeard's ultimate attack. The great golden Buddha statue of Sengoku had an entire arm cut off, and, along with it, even a thigh was cut off together, golden light blooming. Severed arms and broken legs, in the blood flying around, flying out, finally losing its golden light, together with the scattered rocks and dirt becoming one. In the blink of an eye, the golden light on Sengoku's body dispersed, and the great Buddha statue's golden body could no longer be held. In pain, Sengoku lost an arm and a kick, falling back into his mortal body and flying out. Boom! The blade brought Weevil's huge shadow. After slashing Sengoku away, it covered Garp's head. Garp gritted his teeth. Unable to dodge, only able to resist, Garp's 2 fists shot up high. That is, he was seriously injured and had 2 cracked fists. Where could he compensate Whitebeard for his knife attack? Crackle, crackle. Garp's 2 fists were instantly shattered. The whole person was hit into the ground. The saber slashed down, directly cutting the struggling Weevil apart. This battle, Whitebeard finally won. Whitebeard's left hand held the pen and stabbed it straight into the ground with a saber. His 2 feet stepped on a piece of ruins, rumbling. Suddenly, a circle of crimson blood flowed out from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. On his chest, 4 bloody fist prints appeared. There was no place that wasn't a reminder of how intense and dangerous the great battle just now was. Whitebeard's imposing figure stood there, majestic and imposing. Just this aura alone was enough to crush the confidence of countless pirates. More and more pirates, far away on the sea's surface watching the battle, when they saw such a scene. Each and every one of them was stunned on the spot. Whitebeard. Still that Whitebeard-era Whitebeard. Whitebeard standing there with his sword in hand was enough to shock a large sea, causing thousands of pirates on this grand line to become frightened. This battle was going to be fierce at any moment. I didn't expect that in the end. Sengoku, Garp, Weevil, and the 3 of them joined forces and were still beheaded by Whitebeard. This battle made people's blood boil with fighting spirit, made countless pirates' blood boil. This is what men who roam the sea should fight for. Whitebeard's domineering swordsmanship, so powerful that even the 683 pirates couldn't help but worship him. Winning wherever you fight, nothing can stop your domineering blade direction. Even if it is the sky, it will let me slash it out. Even if it is the earth, it will let me split it open. Whitebeard used this battle to truly explain what is called passion and tyranny. Dad. Little Ors Jr. looked to tears. A giant man like him probably wouldn't cry easily. One could see that Whitebeard's father didn't care about his own safety at all, wholeheartedly cutting down the enemy, killing 1,000 and injuring 800, his domineering way of killing. All of which were men who didn't cry easily, but Little Ors Jr. couldn't help but shed tears for the second time. He was proud of his father. Whitebeard wins. Aine was shocked and her eyes and mouth were wide open. She used all her strength and with great difficulty used her Rotten Fruit Island ability to capture a group of Marines. She was planning to use this to help Whitebeard once, but the result was Whitebeard used his domineering and powerful demeanor to reverse the situation of the battle and completely eliminated Garp, Sengoku, and Weevil. This is so shocking. On the island. Host. Your injury is quite serious. The temperature system and the sound in Edward Newgate's head rang. Edward Newgate looked down at the fist mark on his chest. It was a blood seal. No matter if it was Garp's iron fist or Sengoku's great Buddha Vajra fist, if it weren't for this body's recovery of several 100,000 emotional points, it would be impossible to withstand it. Serious injury is inevitable. On the back scar, that is man humiliation. The chest wound is this piece of sea above all men group pride. Fighting honestly, I left behind scars for myself. And I feel proud. Edward Newgate also only glanced at those blood marks, not paying much attention. The blood and energy in his body was still surging in the same place. The system continued to remind, Host doesn't need to worry about getting injured. As long as he has enough emotional value, any injury can be completely healed through the system. How much emotional value do I need to consume to recover from my injuries now? Also, this battle, from afar looking at the pirate war, there should be quite a lot of it. So I should have gained quite a lot of emotional value, right? During this battle, the host has obtained a total of approximately 180,000 sentiment values. These are not only contributions from pirates watching the battle from afar, but also contributions from enemies from even further away. Except for the pirates watching the war. Edward Newgate provided a lot of sentiment value, and the people who fought with Whitebeard, Sengoku, also contributed a lot of sentiment value. Even more distant, Akainu, Don Quixote family, and others also contributed a lot of sentiment value. More than 80,000. Unexpected joy. The system continued to completely heal this injury. 80,000 sentiment points will be needed. Edward Newgate nodded. 80,000 sentiment points will be used to heal the injury. The remaining 100,000 will be used to restore the body to 100,000 levels at once. Okay. In the process of repairing the wound, Edward Newgate could clearly feel the surging blood and chi in his body, being stroked by a mysterious force. After the blood and chi calmed down, the mysterious force continuously circulated throughout his body, repairing and healing the several terrifying blood seals on his chest. Injury repaired, total consumed 80,000 sentiment points worth 0, in progress of 100,000 level body repair. On the coast, on the Sengoku warship, each marine looked in fear at the island that had become ruins. These marines were intimidated by Whitebeard's strength and domineering power, and completely lacked the courage to fight against Whitebeard. We quickly report to Marshal Sakazuki. A marine's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear, his body was trembling. Yes, reporting to the Marshal. New World, Dressrosa Island not far away on the sea. From more than 10 large warships, the fleet is heading towards Dressrosa Island at full speed. Commander of the fleet above. Bruce. Akainu, wearing a light red suit and a Navy headquarters marshal's coat, picked up the marine helmet-wearing telephone pod. The telephone pod has private plane and mobile phone divisions, along with gold, silver, black, white, etc. Different colors represent different functions. The moment he heard the news report from the other end of the telephone pod, Akainu's face instantly turned black. 5, 2, find Whitebeard. Join hands with Weevil below, and was cut down by Whitebeard alone, life and death unknown. Akainu's old face darkened, gritting his teeth, veins on his forehead popping out. Idiot. Why didn't you report back to this old man sooner? Now, even if we change the sea route and go chase after Whitebeard, it would be too late. Crash. Hanging up the phone. Akainu was filled with anger, and directed all his anger towards the Don Quixote family. It's all because of you bunch of underworld worms. All of you, let this old man die. Own warships. I'll give this old man full speed to advance and completely exterminate the Don Quixote family. There's a kingdom called Dressrosa, which has been ruled by King Don Quixote da Flamingo since his death. After that, it fell into a state of silence. On the streets, there are very few toys or pedestrians to be seen. The originally endlessly crowded Colosseum was not as lively as before. The entire Dressrosa kingdom was covered in such an atmosphere. On the top of the king's palace, white cloths were hanging. This was the king's funeral. King da Flamingo died. Pearls hung high, expensive decorations. Precious silks and redwoods made the palace magnificent and splendid, but in such an expensive palace, there was not a single bit of laughter, only heaviness and hatred. The Don Quixote family's cadres all gathered together today. Treble and Buffalo brought Doflamingo and Pika's bodies back to the 10th Law Kingdom, and brought Monet back safely. Only at this moment did Monet know that Doflamingo was killed by Whitebeard. Her heart was extremely complicated. After a brief contact with Whitebeard, Monet could feel Whitebeard's regal aura. She just didn't expect that Doflamingo would die in Whitebeard's hands. Except for Blackbeard Teach's mission, which was slightly completed, the other missions were completely completed. Gladius' head exploded while speaking, carrying a trace of hatred. He always advocated fighting with Whitebeard to avenge young Master Doflamingo, but he also knew that the gap between him and Whitebeard was like a chasm. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection has spread to the Grand Line, and this is probably the only thing the entire Don Quixote family should celebrate. Whitebeard, Rumor has it he is on the far island, single-handedly defeated Sengoku, Garp and the recently famous Edward. Weevil. Treble's slimy sleeves clenched into a bone-like fist, his gloomy eyes flashing with revengeful desire. The beast's pirates, Beast King Kadu. Big Mom pirates, Charlotte's aunt. They are probably already on their way now, joining hands to destroy Whitebeard. What good news. If Dofla were still talking, he would definitely laugh. We've been secretly adding fuel to the fire. I believe that in no time, we'll be able to avenge Dofla. Whitebeard. How could he possibly accept being chased by so many enemies? Just waiting for Treble to say this, the Don Quixote family officials present, this just revealed a look of anger. If this one time really successfully kills Whitebeard, it's not just simple revenge, killing and resurrecting Whitebeard, for any conspirator, it's also a great honor. Let the people continue to search for Blackbeard Teach's whereabouts. Believe that after obtaining the Shock Ball ability, Blackbeard Teach has used absolutely terrifying power. Treble gave the order in a deep voice. That old and humble face had a look of brutality. even if Whitebeard has strong power, can escape Kadu and Auntie's pursuit. In the end, he will definitely die at the hands of Blackbeard Teach, who has the Shock Ball and the Dark Ball at the same time. This is the Don Quixote family's most powerful chess move. Their every move behind the scenes was to place their hopes on every strong person, hoping that they could eliminate Whitebeard, and in the end, their Don Quixote family would not have wasted any of their efforts, and would complete their earth-shattering revenge on Whitebeard. Thinking of this, many Don Quixote family cadres couldn't help but feel excited. I wonder where Blackbeard Teach and his gang of extremely vicious people are hiding. Just as Treble was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by an officer who rushed into the palace. No! This cadre was panting heavily. His expression was panicked. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. It was unknown whether it was hot sweat or cold sweat. After seeing Treble, this cadre wiped the sweat off his forehead without caring, and hurriedly said, "This is not a good thing." Dressrosa's several docks were all surrounded by large warships one after another. Large battleship? Surrounded? Treble was extremely surprised. A group of officers were also surprised. Probably just looking for us to cooperate? Treble said uncertainly, his eyes looking towards the intelligence officer reporting. The officer panicked. No, the main battleship on the scene. The person standing there is the Navy Headquarters Marshal, Sakazuki. Akainu. What? The officers all shook their heads, revealing looks of confusion. Akainu is coming. What is he doing in Dressrosa Kingdom? Large fleet siege Dressrosa Harbor. 227. Treble leaned on his cane, his eyes gloomy and scary. Follow me. Let's go take a look. No need to go. I will come myself. Akainu's voice resounded throughout Dressrosa. Boom. A lava explosion caused the palace to explode, and then Akainu, who was wearing the headquarters marshal's cloak, appeared in the sight of many Don Quixote family officials. Leading into the eyelids is Akainu's face that looks like it was blackened by a volcano. Even the Treble inside, who owns the Don Quixote family, at this moment, can no longer laugh. What kind of great plan? They don't dare to think about, because Akainu was unleashed from Whitebeard's endless anger onto the Don Quixote family. Today, Don Quixote pirates. Erased. In just a flash, the Wangji Gaudi was like a volcano exploding. Countless boiling hot lava erupted, like a meteorite sea of fire, falling from the sky, exploding. Dressrosa falls into a crisis. The entire Don Quixote family fell into despair. Don Quixote family encountered the most terrifying attack ever. Disaster strikes. Coming from the furious Akainu, in the name of absolute justice, Akainu personally took action. Boiling hot lava roared. Treble took the lead, was the first to be swept away by the lava. In Akainu's hands, Treble and the others basically had no strength to fight back at all. Each officer screamed miserably, but it did not affect Akainu's determined killing intent. Min Ka. Great Fire. Meteor Fire Mountain. On one side, the flames of war from the Wangji Gaudi spread destruction throughout the entire Dressrosa kingdom. Even countless innocent people were similarly attacked by lava and were buried in the lava. Akainu, absolutely righteous. Would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Someone wants to resist. Why could it be Akainu's opponent? Some people wanted to escape, but were surrounded at the dock and killed by warships one after another. The boiling lava below melted 3 feet. Even the Earth's layer was more terrifying than digging 3 feet of soil. Almost all Don Quixote family members were buried in the lava. Follow. The Don Quixote family was personally destroyed by the Navy's headquarters Marshal Akainu. The kingdom of Dressrosa was almost completely destroyed, and even fewer residents survived. For a moment, the entire New World was in an uproar. Following. The news of Doflamingo being beheaded by Whitebeard also spread quickly, spreading throughout the Grand Line. Countless pirates all seemed to know a little bit. When Doflamingo, this 7 warlord king, was still alive, the Navy headquarters allowed the Don Quixote family to exist. Once Doflamingo died, it would be of no use to the world government or the Navy headquarters. The Navy naturally wanted to destroy the Don Quixote pirate gang. Almost all pirates unanimously believe that the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea, who have maintained the Don Quixote pirates for many years and have been recognized by the world government, should contribute to the world government. Once they lose their usefulness to the world government, they will have to bear a great disaster. What makes people confused is, why does Akainu, the new admiral of the Navy headquarters, want to personally take action? This great event not only destroyed the Don Quixote family, but also killed all the innocent people in the entire Dressrosa kingdom together. Even many pirates cannot accept the meaningless extermination of innocent civilians, but those are all weak hands and innocent people. Dressrosa is a large island, with thousands of civilians on it. In this massacre, countless tens of thousands of people died. Blood flows like a river, corpses are scattered on the streets. Rumors say that after someone logged into Dressrosa Island, countless skeletons jumped out from the lava below. Wherever there is lava, there must be ancient skeletons. Akainu takes charge of the marine headquarters. From the noun justice, begins to evolve into the noun indifference. These rumors spread throughout the entire Grand Line, and even spread to the Navy headquarters and the remaining naval bases in the four seas. Akainu's reputation is as fierce as any other pirate in the New World. Boom! The warship on Akainu. Angry below, a slap of the general warship's barrier all shattered. Damn idiots! To Akainu, this was not a good reputation. Akainu was so angry that his entire face turned black. His nostrils were spitting fire, his eyes were about to spit rocks. Pirates all deserve to die. Especially Whitebeard. All of this is because of Whitebeard. Resurrection. Hateful. Dressrosa Island. In an underground factory ruins, a pale green curly-haired young girl, lying in the ruins in a miserable state, sobbing non-stop, woo 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 all dead. Dofla dead. Don Quixote family dead. Home. Also gone. Deep cries in the ruins of the underground factory inside the echoes continuously. In the ruins, there are countless corpses. Some are Don Quixote family members, some are maid factory workers, some are the remaining pirate gangs that came to order pirates. Corpses all over the underground factory. There were corpses everywhere. Only this head of light blue curly hair curled up its body, trembling slightly, emitting deep sobbing sounds. Whitebeard on the island. After the injury was completely healed, the body was once again restored. Edward Newgate could clearly feel that the body had once again been strengthened to a certain extent. He could even feel that not only had the physical body become stronger and healthier, even the armament hockey had also increased. However, observation hockey and overlord hockey cannot be increased. The former can only increase through continuous cultivation, while the latter is naturally increased through the process of increasing personal aura. Before the Whitebeard stage, he himself had 3 types of hockey. Even if placed in front of the New World's great pirates, he could only look up to the powerful realm. Cough cough. At this time, only 1 arm and 1 leg remained. Sengoku crawled out from the ruins, his whole body covered in blood, and he kept coughing up blood from his mouth. His silver-white hair and goatee were also dyed reddish-brown, with dried, yes, good, blood condensing on them. Weevil's body was cut off and he died. Garp's 2 fists were shattered, and he was cut into the rock layer, probably not alive either. Only Sengoku remained, with broken arms and legs, but crawled out from the ruins. One could see its powerful vitality. White. The blade flashed with cold light, suddenly flashing below, appearing before Sengoku's eyes. You want to kill me? Sengoku raised his head, his eyes determined. Between Marines and pirates, there is no need for mercy, and even less for sympathy. If you don't die, then I will die. If I don't kill you, should I wait for you to kill me? Whitebeard was not moved at all. His blade was extended. Moreover, all of these things I have are all bestowed upon me by you. Whitebeard's words were double-edged. At the top of the Tinderbox War, Blackbeard Teach captured Ace and handed him over to the Marine headquarters, while Sengoku was the strategist of this battle, intending to capture the entire Whitebeard pirate crew at the top of the war. Whitebeard dies in battle. Only then can there be transmigration, only then can there be reincarnation from the dead. Without any exaggeration, all of these are bestowed upon Sengoku. On this vast ocean, the most unnecessary thing is to pretend to be blind and benevolent. The two met. Sengoku's first words were, "If you are allowed to live, this crazy era will become uncontrollable." Sengoku had the heart to kill Whitebeard, so naturally he had to realize that he was going to die. Whitebeard coldly held a sword in his hand, aiming straight at Sengoku. Poof! Sengoku suddenly grabbed the blade of the saber with one hand, and his entire body collided with the blade. Only a puff was heard, accompanied by a fresh 783 drops of blood. The blade pierced through Sengoku's chest, and fresh blood continuously dripped down along the blade. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with energy. This battle is truly a battle to be proud of. With the belief of killing and the determination to die, I came here. An era that has completely ended, this era, who will be written and named Whitebeard or Blackbeard. Volunteer to die gloriously in battle, not afraid of death. Sengoku, before he died, he acted like a straightforward and strong man once. Finally, no more tarnishing his Sengoku great name. Sengoku's words before he died were not as serious as before. In this era, who will come to write and name it? Whitebeard. Still Blackbeard. This era. Of course, from the old man's book to write, to determine the name. Edward. Newgate's voice resounded in all directions. In a moment the wind and clouds changed, the waves stirred. I can, bad, be Whitebeard. The domineering and peerless voice shook the entire ocean, causing all the pirates to tremble in unison. This one sentence shook the hearts of countless pirates. At this moment, Whitebeard's resurrection from the dead was completely proven. Someone even used a camera phone to film Whitebeard's muscular body, along with the sentence, I am Whitebeard. The changing winds and clouds, the stirring waves, were all filmed, in the New World, in the Grand Line, with unparalleled speed, in an extremely shocking way, continuously spread out. Whitebeard resurrects, fights a world-shaking battle. Even Sengoku, who was once the Navy Headquarters Admiral and the current Navy Headquarters Grand Inspector, was beheaded on the spot. The New World is shaking, the islands of the Grand Line are in an uproar. Even the Grand Line beyond the four seas could not help but be shaken by this. Although this battle was not as high as the peak of the war, the huge scene was enough to shock the hearts of people. Sengoku and Garp, together, were beheaded by Whitebeard. Enough to shake the world. Especially those pirates who witnessed this battle with their own eyes were completely shocked by Whitebeard's domineering demeanor and powerful methods. The New World is boiling. Whitebeard's resurrection is thoroughly proven. The New World is about to change. Those pirates who once belonged to the Whitebeard Island pirate group. I'm afraid they can't sleep or eat in peace now. Countless pirates were shocked. Whitebeard returned with a domineering kingly demeanor, ruling this era. Countless people felt the Whitebeard era would open a second time. I heard that one of the four emperors, the king of beasts Kadu, is looking for Whitebeard. We must take advantage of the moment when Whitebeard brings the world to a boil and kill Whitebeard. Someone revealed, attracting a lot of attention. You know, the three great beasts pirates were once in a drought. Jack was killed by Whitebeard with punk hazard. How could Kadu not go for revenge? You're wrong. Right from the peak of the war, Kadu wanted to kill Whitebeard. Someone was shocked and said, everyone recalled the battle at the peak. There really was such a thing. In the end, because Red Hair Shanks intervened, Kadu was forced to give up. You are all wrong. Ever since Kadu ascended to the four emperors, he had a grudge against Whitebeard. Even though Kadu ascended to the throne of the New World, the title of the strongest in the world still belongs to Whitebeard. In this vast ocean, who doesn't want to seize the title of the strongest? Moreover, compared to Whitebeard, Kadu is a politician of great power. There was a previous generation of pirates who said so, causing many people to agree. Whether it was true or not, I'm afraid it was just his family's words. It was impossible to determine. Don't forget there's also the dual ability user, Blackbeard Tiche. In short, this piece of ocean will become extremely unique. This era in the end. Who will write and name it? I'm really looking forward to it. At the pirate group, a piece of commotion at the moment. The New World New Navy headquarters is a piece of silence. Admiral Sengoku died. This made every Marine at the same time sad, become panic Whitebeard. That man with the title, World's Strongest, return. In such a situation, the entire Navy headquarters was shocked. Since the previous Marshal Sakazuki's reign, this piece of the ocean has become even less peaceful. There were Marines whispering in low voices. There was an old soldier who was sighing, his expression carrying a hint of sadness. Dressrosa tragedy. Just like that year Bin Laden agreed, Marshal Sakazuki is also too vicious. These low-pitched whispers were whispered into Akainu's ears, and finally reached Akainu's ears, causing Akainu to roar with anger. The Marines are currently divided into two extremely divided sides. One side supports Akainu's adherence to absolute justice. The other side rejects Akainu, believing that Akainu is cold and heartless, hurting innocent people. A bunch of idiots. Akainu was really angry recently, that originally slightly blood-red old face. Recently it had been black and had not stopped, a black old face, seeing everyone looked like they owed Akainu 500 million berries. Akainu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Hateful. Whitebeard, you really deserve to die underscore. Since Whitebeard's resurrection, Akainu has not had peace and has experienced all kinds of pain that he has never experienced before, including the shouts from the five elders, including the loss of General Borsellino, Inspector Sengoku, and other important personnel. Not only these, but Akainu has also been branded with the reputation of being cold-blooded and ruthless and exterminating innocent people. In the past, as General Akainu, he would not care about these bad reputations at all, but now it was different from before. Akainu was the marshal, the entire Navy headquarters was the highest marshal. Countless eyes were always staring at Akainu. This made Akainu unable to not pay attention, but the more he paid attention, the more he was angered to death. Those miasma and bad reputation. Completely ignored right and wrong, there were even many newspapers, deliberately ran to Dressrosa to film some miserable pictures, released the newspaper headline. Plus, at Navy headquarters, new Marshal Sakazuki personally led an expedition. The entire large-scale island of Dua was destroyed in an instant. Such a new article makes Akainu's reputation even more famous. This made Akainu have a kind of, I haven't even fought Whitebeard head-on, but I'm already at a complete disadvantage, feeling of humiliation. This for Akainu was an unprecedented great humiliation. Where does this old man, the dignified Marine headquarters marshal, put his face? Damn Whitebeard. All of this was brought about by you. In the distant new world, on another island, Whitebeard once again received a large amount of sentimental value from Akainu. This made Whitebeard very comfortable. He couldn't help but sigh. When he was happily building on the enemy's suffering, he would be doubly happy. Father, let me go with you to the ship. Little Ors Jr. bowed his head, his face full of urgency as he looked at Whitebeard, asking for Whitebeard's consent. Maybe meeting Whitebeard again, according to Little Ors, is just like a dream, only this dream is real. After this period of treatment, Little Ors Jr.'s injuries were also quite good. Captain, Ein said with a bit of hesitation in his eyes. Edward Newgate glanced at Ein. How is it? When you and Sengoku and the others were fighting, our ship was damaged. Ein pointed to the dock where the boats were and said in a gentle voice, following Ein's direction of view. One could indeed see that a medium-sized pirate ship had a hole in its wall, already filled with water. This ability was in the process of fighting, splashed out huge rocks and smashed. Ein glanced at Whitebeard. His eyes turned to the dock where the huge rocks and soil were scattered. These terrifying rocks and soil were all splashed out by Whitebeard in the battle. This was enough to shock people's hearts. Ein swallowed his saliva and continued to speak. The damaged ship is outside the deck. It needs a professional shipwright to be completely repaired. Of course, we can also carry out simple repairs and then take off. Only when it can't withstand the sea pressure will it break apart again. The ship's cabin will be flooded and then sink in the sea. And also, Ein paused, his eyes falling on the giant Little Ors body, and this ship's tonnage is still far short of the giant's. If we can build a giant pirate ship, it wouldn't be any better. Fresh Flower Bridge. Ein is indeed an excellent navigator, speaking clearly and coherently. Little Ors Jr. heard this and his face was full of sadness. As a giant, finding a boat that could carry his own load was truly not easy. On this grand line, not having a single pirate ship that can symbolize one's status is truly an unpleasant thing. The giant pirate ship, Moby Dick, that originally belonged to Whitebeard is now nowhere to be found. So if you want to have a large pirate ship with enough tonnage, there are only two ways: build it or rob it. Little Ors Jr. will stay here for now. As for finding a shipwright, I don't think there's a need for that. As he spoke, Whitebeard's gaze shifted to the warship not far away. Bring those Marines back. I'll requisition that warship. Robbery of warships? Ein stared at a pair of big blue eyes. Isn't this too domineering? Rookie bastards, get down quickly. I'll commandeer this warship. Whitebeard boarded the warship. A group of Marines were scared to death, their souls flying away. And they still dared to resist? Quickly hide in fear in the warship. If it wasn't because of Sengoku, Garp's body was still on the island. Kobe and a group of Marines were still tied up on the island by Ain. These Marines would have probably escaped long ago. Father. Little Ors Jr. was filled with gratitude. Standing on the island, extremely reluctant to wave his hand, the warship had already taken off. Little Ors Jr. shouted towards the sea. I will definitely create a giant pirate ship that can match your status as father. Father. Don't worry. Warship above. Whitebeard's mind heard the system's voice prompt. Little Ors Jr. became the host's first son. Congratulations to the host for achieving a love value of 10,000 points. 10,000 love points worth? Whitebeard's eyes lit up. How much love is worth is determined by the daughter's strength, and the effective love value is very simple. Exchanging system items or abilities. System. 10,000 love value points. Can I exchange those things? Host, I'm very sorry, because the system provides exchange items. All belong to the Transcendent Q. The cheapest also requires 50,000 love value. The system's temperature and sound rang out, leaving Whitebeard speechless. Originally thought that 10,000 love points was worth a lot of Whitebeard. But for a moment there was nothing left to say. Even the most sacred thing needed 50,000 love points. Thinking about it again, it's not important. It's better than nothing anyway. Let's go. Maybe in the future it can create a key effect. Captain, we really want to go to that island? At this moment Ain walked over, a head of long wavy blue hair fluttering in the wind, strong steps, majestic posture. She was referring to this one time, which was an island in Edward Newgate's memory, the island under Whitebeard's flag. Ain's beautiful eyes carried a nervous expression as she said, that island is currently the Big Imam pirate gang's territory. After the death of the 670s in the chaos, the Whitebeard pirates under the island flag were split up by the remaining pirate crews, especially the Big Imam pirates, who took the Fishman Island as their representative and many of the original Whitebeard pirates under the island flag. But one time he wanted to go to the first place. He was robbed of a large island by the Big Imam pirate gang. Are you afraid? Edward Newgate looked down at Ain and laughed heartily. If you're afraid, it's still too late to retreat. Afraid? Ain was surprised, Captain. Want to kick me off the boat? If you are not afraid, then continue to follow me. Edward Newgate said frankly and with a calm demeanor. This path is bound to be filled with danger. If you want to follow me, then throw away your life and follow me. What about Big Imam pirate crew? Don't forget, I am Whitebeard. Rebirth. Must open up a path of absolute domineering peak. Fear and the weak are a match made in heaven. The strong at heart need not fear anything. And the tyrant is to destroy all enemies before his eyes. Must do it immediately to become that tyrannical and powerful person, like ruling the world like a ruler, shaking the entire new world. And all of this started from the Big Imam pirate gang. From crushing the Big Imam pirate gang. Started. Ain's soft body couldn't help but tremble. Her heart was shaking endlessly. She suddenly raised her head. Her unimaginably beautiful pair of big eyes, revealing a determined look, her expression resolute as she looked towards Whitebeard. I will not back down. Even if I give up my life. I will not back down. New World. A certain large island. This island is famous in the New World for producing many kinds of nuts. The island's residents are even more skilled at making all kinds of nuts into delicious nuts. This island is known as Nut Island. Damn, 10 times more nuts were handed in today. Somewhere in the alley, a strong man of about 30 years old spoke loudly. Sure. The old man beside him pulled the corner of another strong man's clothes. His expression serious as he said in a low voice, don't complain anymore. Be careful not to reveal anything that could kill you. The strong man was furious and indignant. His bare chest had many fierce scars, all of which were left behind by his resistance to handing over the nuts. But we gave all the nuts to the Big Imam pirate crew, and we haven't eaten them yet. This island, which can produce a lot of nuts every year, was originally very prosperous based on nuts, and the remaining food on the island was exchanged for nuts. The people lived in peace and prosperity and were very wealthy. But now, even food rations were a problem, and families with children, even the children, were starving. From this island. After inserting the Big Imam Pirate Band's flag, every month pay a nut, has become this island's law. The old man carefully reminded, he bent over to carry a basket of this season's nuts on his back. These all had to be paid. The old man's cloudy eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. I heard that the big Imam Pirate Band wants to build a nut island near the Cake Island. Wait until they collect enough. Finish building the nut island. Then they will start to collect taxes. We can return to the good old days. Because Charlotte Linlin likes sweets. And nuts are a delicious condiment for sweets, no matter cakes or other sweets. Put on the delicious nuts. It will become even sweeter and more delicious. So this building took the famous nut island in Whitebeard after his death, became Charlotte Linlin got a large amount of nut factory. These scavenged nuts are not only used for eating, but also used to build artificial islands. To build a nut island, you can imagine how many nuts are needed. Big Imam pirates in the country, almost all of the islands are artificial islands. No matter if it is Cake Island or Nut Island, or the remaining islands, are all created by people through robbing the remaining islands of food. So this island that flies the flag of the 4 emperors Whitebeard doesn't have any taxes. The strong man couldn't help but sigh, and lowered his head to see the ferocious and terrifying scars on his body. This was the first time he resisted and left scars. It still hurt vaguely now. He was truly unwilling to be able to face the high and mighty 4 emperors, Big Imam, the pirate gang. They could only keep quiet, otherwise, the entire island would be trampled, wiped out from the ocean. Very fast. The 2 of them went to the main street and arranged for the tax payment team to line up. Every resident either carried a basket of nuts on their backs or used a cart to push the nuts. Everyone on the island dared not to come. Tax evasion was a sure way to death. The whole family, young and old, would be slaughtered. Finally, it was the strong man's turn to pay the tax with the old man. The old man bent his back and, with the help of the strong man, took down the basket and handed it to the person in charge of the big Imam pirate gang in front of him. Old man, what kind of trash are you handing over? A big Imam pirate slapped a neat basket of nuts, sending them flying. For a moment, the nuts rolled all over the ground. This pirate revealed a fierce light old man, handing over these trashy nuts to Mom. Are you trying to kill us? Boom. As he spoke, he kicked the old man away. The old man fell fiercely on the ground full of nuts, bent down and screamed, "Who loves, who loves?" More and more fresh blood flowed out, staining the ground full of nuts, extremely dazzling. The residents in line were instantly frightened and retreated one after another, not daring to come closer, afraid of being implicated. It wasn't that they didn't care, but that those who had meddled in other people's business were all killed on the spot by the big Imam pirate gang. The cracks in the bricks of the street still had brown blood stains. You guys, why do you have to beat people? The old man and the strong man couldn't stand it anymore and loudly scolded. These past few days it had been raining. The nuts were drying in the process, soaked in the rain. The outer shell didn't look as good as before, which was normal. But the inner core of the nuts were intact and undamaged. They were all very delicious. Moreover, he was an old man, to be able to collect such a big basket. He had already put in a lot of sweat. Why did he have to trample on the hard-earned results of an old man like this? The strong man was extremely dissatisfied. Boom. The answer was a fierce kick. The pirate who had just made a move kicked the strong man away with one kick, and finally he and the old man fell together. The pirate walked to the strong man and old man, bowed his head, and said disdainfully, "Hand over this kind of trash. If Mom sees it, your entire island will be destroyed in Mom's anger. I'm here to save you. You should thank me for my kindness." Poof. The pirate stepped out with one foot and stomped on the strong man who was just about to get up from the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere and several of his ribs to break. Poof. Another kick. This one kicked the old man on the back, directly killing him with one kick. Blood splattered, staining the ground zero. Big Imam pirate crew. This pirate raised his head, revealing a look of disdain. Wait until the myriad nations nut island is completely built. Your island can completely disappear. Cough cough. The strong man who was stepped on under his feet was continuously coughing up blood. He bit his blood-fong teeth and said unyieldingly, "The world's press has reported that the 4 emperors Whitebeard. He's back. He will definitely come to this island. You bunch of scum, your party will soon be trampled to death by Whitebeard. That ugly, twisted, crimson lip and dried-up skull flag will forever disappear from this island. Ugly, distorted crimson lips skull flag. Idiot. You are humiliating our big MO0. 9M pirate gang flag design. This pirate just lifted his foot. This kick landed on the strong man's chest. Poof. Fresh blood splattered at the same time. The strong man's chest was stepped on with a big hole. On this vast ocean, there are countless pirates who want to deal with Whitebeard. Don't even dream about it, Whitebeard. How could he have time to come save you? This extremely brutal pirate shouted loudly. Speaking of which, even if Whitebeard comes, then what? Mom, not long after. We'll personally arrive on this island. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded, followed by a huge saber, shooting out rapidly, instantly piercing through the chest of the pirate who had just spoken. Starting from today, this island is my territory. A domineering voice rang out from behind, causing everyone present to be shocked and wide-eyed. The strong man who had not yet died from the fall opened his eyes and looked towards the sound. In a flash, his eyes widened. The originally unbearable pain on his face suddenly revealed a look of joy before death clear. Chaos. Dead. Boom. The roaring, overbearing saber, after piercing through the big Mom pirate crew, slammed it into a sturdy wall in the distance. The pirate who had just spoken so loudly now lowered his head and looked at the knife in his chest with disbelief. His eyes were filled with fear. He then raised his head and saw the imposing figure that frightened him. Black Moon Whitebeard, unique Whitebeard, tall and handsome body, shaking appearance. Whitebeard. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their eyes and mouths were wide open. Especially the big Imam pirate gang. A group of pirates who were just arrogant and reckless in battle. At this moment each and every one of them was scared to the point of trembling. Their faces turned pale. Their expressions were tense to the extreme. The person had not yet entered the field, but that tyrannical sword had already pierced through a pirate. The words of the tyrant spread throughout the entire island. Such a heart-touching way of playing the field makes everyone can't help but feel a tingling sensation on their scalp. 10. Whitebeard. Why would he come here? Big Imam pirate group, each felt their throats dry, their eyes widened, all filled with fear, screaming in horror. And that island's people were cheering one by one. Whitebeard comes, immediately represents, can definitely chase away big Imam pirate crew. Even the man who fell to the ground and was left with only a breath of air still revealed a smile, that legendary man, Whitebeard. Come, the brutal big Imam pirate crew, along with their violence, very soon, will get the hell out of this island. We have to persevere. Mom is already on the way. As long as we endure, we can wait for Momo to come. A group of big Imam pirates fought. One side was scared to retreat continuously. The other side spoke in a low voice trembling. It seemed that saying such evil words was able to let them gain the courage to face Whitebeard directly. Maybe. Even though they said such evil things, their bodies, when they saw Whitebeard, were completely uncontrollable in fear. They retreated back. This is Whitebeard in the sea. No one has equal power to intimidate. Pedal, pedal, pedal. The sound of footsteps following the shaking of the ground entered everyone's ears, only to see Whitebeard walking step by step. Dong, dong, dong. Just the sound of footsteps let the big Imam pirate crew members who own the gate feel an unprecedented pressure, like the sky is about to collapse, a kind of heavy. Their hearts are also about to be unable to bear this kind of pressure. Dong, dong, dong. Their hearts are rapidly beating. Pedal, pedal, pedal. The sound of footsteps continued to come. Whitebeard walked step by step, very ordinary footsteps, but in everyone's ears, it was like thunder, like the sky was falling. Thump. Suddenly, each and every big Imam pirate group, under the fear that their bodies could not control, their knees went soft, and they all knelt on the ground. Wow, wow. It was as if the sky was collapsing, a kind of infinite weight. As if the Earth's infinite gravity was continuously pushing their heads down, pressing their bodies down towards the ground, making their bodies uncontrollably kneel down, making their heads uncontrollably bow down. Each big Imam pirate group of pirates kneeled on the ground, heads bowed, two hands tightly supporting on the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It seemed like there was a stream of air in the air, as if it was being pressed down by several times gravity. Why are we kneeling? Not traction. Not important. A pirate's tears rolled down. No, no, no. The body was not under control and knelt down towards Whitebeard. This is not what I wanted to do. It's possible. The body was completely out of control. Possessing big, Imam pirate crew, all of them stomped towards Whitebeard and knelt down. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Whitebeard's footsteps continued to come. Still pressing down. No. My body, my knees, are still pressing down. Tears flowed down big, Imam pirate crew, horrified to discover his knees were still continuously pressing down, as if the earth was about to sink. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Finally, Whitebeard came on the road. Boom. In this flash, the big Imam pirate crew broke the ground. Mud and dirt splashed everywhere. Their bodies were pressed into the mud and dirt. It was as if they were burying themselves alive. Following that, all the big Imam pirate crew were shaken to death in this mud pit. This shocking image made everyone unable to help but become excited. Conqueror's Hockey. Just finished stopping the warship stepped onto an island, seeing this scene, in a moment was fiercely shocked. As Whitebeard's state of mind increased, his hockey also increased. 007. To truly differentiate the use of Conqueror's Hockey, it can be divided into concentrated fluctuations and no-difference fluctuations, but to further analyze it, it can also be divided into 3 types. Specially concentrate a few people to stun. In a range of the same stun. When releasing the Overlord's Hockey. Specially concentrate a few people to not be stunned. Not only can Overlord's Hockey stun people, it can also cause physical damage. Even Moby Dick's barrier that is strong enough to withstand intense cannon fire can be broken. It can be seen how terrifying Overlord's Hockey's true power is. But in front of Whitebeard was using special concentration to shock a group of people. However, this fluctuation was not only shocking, it was even shocking enough to make them kneel down, forcing them all into the underground layer. Captain's feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Ein bit his thin lips, revealing a look of shock as he spoke. For a strong person of this level, wanting to advance one step further could be extremely difficult, but every time he saw Whitebeard make a move, he had to be stronger than him. This made Ein extremely shocked. I heard that the Yonko Auntie wants to take action against Whitebeard. New World, an island not far from Nut Island, holding a red hedgehog-head kid, licked his pink lips, revealing a cruel smile. Magnet is a real power user, Supernova Kid. Not far from him, the same as the Supernova long-armed Scratchmen. Spoke revealing piano-like teeth. Ba. Kid, you called us here, the so-called alliance, isn't it to go to the ante? What a crazy idea. Idiot. Kid's fiery temper. When he heard a comment on his 2 arrogant words, that giant hand slapped Scratchmen. Boom. From the giant hand's place, everything was slapped, the entire yard became a mess. Ba. You really have a fiery temper. The slightest dissatisfaction, you immediately attack. Apu shook his large hands, brushing off all the dust on his red clothes. Stop wasting time. Tell me the plan below. One side kept silent, hair like dry grass, sharp basil. Hawkins calmly opened his mouth, as if nothing happened. He fiddled with the cards beside him. The 3 of us join hands to deal with the 4th Emperor's Ant. The winning score is 0. Scratchmen. Apo, Eustace. Kid, Basil. Hawkins. The 3 supernovas who heard about Whitebeard's resurrection later formed a 3-person alliance. Must deal with the ante. It can't be a stot. Eustace. Kid revealed a cruel and arrogant smile. The red hedgehog head matched with the red coat, making him appear unusually arrogant and haughty. Must deal with the ante, is Whitebeard. I just received news, Whitebeard and Big Mom pirate crew are fighting, and the Yonko Auntie will soon arrive at that island. The 3 of us join hands, even if it means risking our lives, to deal with Whitebeard. The odds of winning are still 0. Glancing at Kid, Basil. Hawkins continued to fiddle with the fortune-telling cards, the dry grass under his hair hiding the corner of his eyelashes, suddenly trembled fiercely. But the 2 people beside him did not discover this detail. Hawkins fiddled with the fortune-telling cards. His voice suddenly changed. However, the 4 emperors fought against Whitebeard. Our joint team won the score. I don't know. The winning score is unknown, but it is possible to win. Eustace Kid grinned, revealing a crazy look. And his narrow eyes concealed an extremely wild and ambitious ambition. If the world's strongest Whitebeard and the 4 Emperors' ant were to simultaneously perish in our hands, the entire world would probably be filled with anxiety, right? And our name would make this world tremble. What a crazy action, but I like it. At Whitebeard and his aunt after the war joined the winning score. Don't know. Whitebeard's resurrection terrified them and drove them crazy. This group of people is called the supernova of the crazy era and has never lacked the ambition to challenge the strong. From the day they stepped onto the sea, from the day they became pirates, they embraced the determination and ambition to choose the world's strongest. It's just that what they couldn't have predicted was that their alliance, their secret scheme, was the next terrifying event that they couldn't imagine at all, a major trigger. The waves roared on the sea surface, a shape like a 5-layer chocolate cake, a kind of giant pirate ship was crushing the waves. Quickly go. This strangely shaped pirate ship, with a pirate flag hanging on it, is the design of a crimson-haired red skullhead. The New World's Yonko, Auntie, Charlotte Linlin bigged, a mom pirate ship. This strangely shaped pirate ship was ranked 5th by some people in the New World's 10 most powerful pirate ships. 3rd in the New World's most powerful pirate ships currently serving. But it was called the strangest pirate ship in the entire sea. Like a clown biscuit-shaped shipao. Strangely opened its mouth, making a strange sound. Soon we will arrive at the Nut Island. Ah, a pink pajama auntie. That really fat compared to ordinary people's huge body, many times larger, revealing bloodshot eyes, especially that exaggeratedly red-lipped giant hammer. The corner of her mouth occasionally had saliva dripping down. That drop of saliva dripped onto the deck. Immediately there was a thick smoke rising up. The deck seemed to be corroded by her saliva. The smiling giant hammer spread out, revealing each human-like tooth, delicious meat fruit. No wonder Whitebeard refused to let go of this island at first. Turns out this island can produce so many delicious nuts. Enough for us to build a nut island, and far from endless use. The top of the head is a huge super drill hat. Charlotte, Amanda, while smoking, laughed and said, her face like a snake, had a touch of excitement after being robbed, originally belonging to Whitebeard Island, but now it belongs to their Charlotte family. The ant licked the corner of her mouth, saliva continuously dripping down. The deck of the ship puffed out white smoke. Delicious nuts, I want to eat them all. Then destroy Whitebeard Island. In this world, there is only one nut island, that is the Myriad Nations Nut Island. New World, some Spring Island. Have you heard? Whitebeard and the 4 Emperors' ant are fighting. In the crowd, someone released such a shocking news, causing quite a few people to become surprised. Didn't they say that the Yonko Kadu was looking for Whitebeard? How come Whitebeard fought with his ant first? Someone shouted. Everyone knew. Known as the strongest creature in the sea and land, the king of beasts Kadu had been looking for Whitebeard, one of the 3 great disasters under Kadu's banner. Jack took revenge. But now news that made people even more terrified came. Whitebeard wanted to fight with the 4 Imperial ants. Know how to fight on the island? Someone asked with great anticipation. A trace of regret on his face. At first I couldn't see Whitebeard fight Sengoku with my own eyes. This time Whitebeard fought with the 4 Emperors' ant. I definitely can't miss it. Many pirates turned their heads and looked over, each one of them cocking their ears, expecting someone to be able to answer this question. There is no specific news either. I also want to know which island Whitebeard and the 4 Emperors' ant are fighting on. When the news was first released, the words caused everyone to shake their heads in disbelief. Whitebeard's level of combat, who wouldn't want to see it with their own eyes? Being able to see Whitebeard fight with one's own eyes, for any pirate, is a huge honor. Otherwise, when Whitebeard first fought Sengoku, why would there be so many pirates? Not enough to go far away and watch the battle. Not just this island. In the New World, every island. News of Whitebeard and the 4 Emperors' ant fighting began to spread. This shocking news, like a world-shaking storm, attracted countless pirates to watch in the New World. Some court just happened to cut the distance between Nut Island and the above. Whitebeard brought back the kingly power and arrogantly spoke. He must definitely start a bloody storm in the entire Grand Line. He must fight without stopping. There was a previous generation of pirates, looking at the distant ocean as if recalling. The Whitebeard era. Will it continue? Don't joke. Right now in this vast ocean, there are many strong people who are like crucian carp crossing the river. The Whitebeard era. How can it last? It seemed like someone was secretly spreading such words. Everyone who heard them couldn't help but be shocked. Such words were transmitted. Does it mean that someone is secretly targeting Whitebeard, wanting to completely destroy the Whitebeard era? That's right. On this vast ocean, the strong are as numerous as the sea, countless. Even the pirate King Roger also had his death. The Whitebeard era will eventually pass. The Yangtze River waves push back the waves. In this era, countless brave new people appear. There will always be someone who can defeat the panting pirates of an era. There was no shortage of pirates who raised their heads and said so. In fact, every single pirate group that set sail to this new world, almost all of them were holding onto the dreams of being able to defeat those legendary strong people. Moreover, being able to bring the New World Grand Line is enough to prove their strength. All of them are top-level existences. For yourself, have full strong confidence. Suddenly, an extraordinary character stepped onto the Whitebeard Island that was being discussed. A black ceremonial dress, a long sword on his back that was taller than him, steady steps, calm expression. Carrying a cold aura Juricule, Mihawk appeared on the island and came forward. In just a moment, the originally noisy discussion at the beginning of the street suddenly became extremely quiet. Fresh Flower Bridge originally bowed, his face hidden under the black fedora Juricule. Mihawk suddenly raised his head, his sharp sword-like eyes swept over each pirate. Being swept across all the pirates by the eagle's gaze, there was no place where the body did not tremble. Even stronger, people just need to see his eyes and they will tremble. As expected of a man with eagle eyes, the pirate's heart trembled. Even each person felt that the temperature along the entire street had dropped several degrees, becoming cold. Bone-chilling cold. Whitebeard. Maybe it's not you guys, the little devils who gossip behind his back, who can challenge him. The eagle's piercing words were like an ice-cold, merciless long sword, stabbing into everyone's hearts. Those pirates who had just announced that they wanted to challenge Whitebeard couldn't help but lower their heads in unison. If you have enough confidence in your own strength, you must go and fight to the death with that man. Discuss behind the scenes. This is not something that a man on the sea should have. Carrying on his back the world's strongest black knife Yuru the Eagle Eye, step by step from the beginning of the street, no one dared to provoke the Eagle Eye without hesitation. Until the Eagle Eye disappeared from the road for a long while, everyone let out a long breath of chaotic chi as if relieved of a heavy burden, and then dared to wipe the bean-sized cold sweat on their foreheads. The world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye. Juricule. Mihawk. Why is he on this island? Who knows? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Say, Whitebeard and the 4 emperors ant fought on the island, but where did they end up? New World. New Navy headquarters. Marshal's office. Akainu let go of the phone in his hand, raised his head and looked towards the assistant officer who was coming to report to him. Let me go investigate Edward. The specific island where Kate and Charlotte Linlin fought, can you find out? I'm really sorry, Marshal. We've been investigating for a long time, but we still haven't found the island where the battle is about to take place. I think it'll be easier to find out after the battle officially breaks out. The adjutant officer's face was full of guilt, and he carefully reported back, and he kept paying attention to the 000 expression on Akainu's face. Idiot. Waiting until now. Is it still too late for us to rush here? Do you still want to fight again? This old man can't even throw that person away. Akainu's face darkened, after venting for a while. He saw the adjutant bowing his head. It was not convenient for him to continue to vent, so he asked, those rumored pirates, have you captured them? Catch a lot. The adjutant quickly replied. He was very afraid of completely angering the new marshal in front of him. Akainu's anger in his state was enough to make all the Marines become scared. Give me a brutal interrogation. Pry open their mouths. Someone secretly had another intention to spread news related to Whitebeard. This made Akainu think of what the Don Quixote family should have done once. That time could be said to have made him lose all face. Akainu's eyes revealed cruelty. This old man allows you to use all means of interrogation. You must pry open their mouths. Marshal. They didn't even need to interrogate, just directly hand it over. The adjutant weakly raised his eyes to glance at Akainu, his eyes filled with fear, not daring to say anything more. No need to judge, just hand it over? Akainu lowered his head, his eyes sank, his face suddenly turned dark, terrifyingly frightening. What did you just say? The adjutant officer was so big by Akainu, in just a flash his face turned green, his back went cold, Being caught spreading pirate news, they all confirmed. It was from Supernova, Scratchmen, Apo, Eustace, Kid, Basil. Hawkins' 3 people ordered them to do that. Supernova. Don't those arrogant and conceited newbies know how to live or die? Akainu gritted his teeth, his gloomy face showing an old face. Give me all your strength to capture those 3 supernovas. No matter life or death, just capture them. The adjutant received the order, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly retreated. Sincerely urge. There was a knock on the door. An intelligence officer holding a stack of intelligence walked in. Marshal, you first asked us to investigate the major criminal known as World Destroyer in Burndy World. With our continuous efforts, we finally have accurate intelligence. Oh! This is considered Akainu's only good news after being resurrected from Whitebeard for so long. And his gloomy expression also improved a bit. Because of the peak of the war, Impel Down, encountered the most disastrous attack ever, led by the Blackbeard pirates. There were countless prisoners who successfully escaped. Burndy World was one of the legendary pirates who escaped. Burndy World now appears in the New World on an adventure island. Our intelligence agents are keeping an eye on him. Very good. Akainu nodded, his fingers gently stirring on the table. After capturing the world, Whitebeard. Don't even think about stirring up trouble on the sea again. Following, Akainu issued a series of orders. Control 10 warships, go chase and kill Burndy World. I will send a smiling mister to act as the commander-in-chief of Burndy World. Huge chocolate cake on Boat 0. The entire Big Emom pirate crew cheered and jumped. The attendants and ants danced together in a strange, crooked, and strange dance. Bake on top of the bag, cover with cheese, delicious sweets and snacks. Put on the nuts, put on the chocolate. The best cake. Big Mom pirate ship also followed the song, staggering and struggling strangely, moving towards Whitebeard's island. Just received the news. The outside world is spreading the news that Whitebeard and Mom are about to explode in battle. I didn't know that such a good news was spread by someone. I'm really too stupid. Big Mom pirate crew 1 fighter, not even looking at the same companion beside left. We want to find Whitebeard instead. God knows what place Whitebeard is hiding 0.6? If we let him meet him. Maybe our Big Emom pirate crew can use the second time we kill Whitebeard to increase our status by a huge amount. Another young fighter, his face full of disdain, said. After all, he is a rookie. To be able to join the Big Emom pirate crew can be considered an arrogant capitalist. Also don't know when it started, this piece of ocean will be able to kill Whitebeard. As a kind of supreme honor, as a kind of symbol of absolute strength. At this time, Big Emom pirate fighter raised his head, can see the Nut Island. Right at the time the 4 Emperor's ant pirate ship sailed towards the Nut Island. New World, a dark island about to fall forever. Captain, Whitebeard really came back to life. The warden wore a 3-piece Shiryu set and put a light red flowing knife that looked like a demon blade into its scabbard. He held a Shiryu cigar in his mouth and fell at the enemy's feet without paying any attention. The blood that flowed all over the ground would not stick to his feet, but instead revealed a devilish smile as he looked at Blackbeard Teach and opened his mouth to speak. Shiryu in hand, light red blade demon saber with the legendary gray mountain blood blade. Really exactly the same. It's in the Legend of Love sword. Shiryu's swordsmanship, combined with this strange demon blade, can absolutely be the highest level swordsman in this vast ocean of the New World. Whitebeard. Father is 17. Even if something strange happened to him. Right now he doesn't have the slightest bit of attraction to me. Dressed in a slightly long, silent red shirt, revealing a belly full of thick fur, Blackbeard Teach grinned, revealing a few missing front teeth. Tak ha ha ha. No wonder Blackbeard Teach is often spat on by people, except for the silent Chu Kurenai shirt and gaping teeth that aren't black. The rest are black. His rough and crazy appearance is completely incompatible with his sinister and cruel personality. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin fight. I feel we can go and reap the final victory. Shiryu's eyelids lifted, licking his blood-stained lips, bloodthirsty eyes filled with killing intent. Although he doesn't have the ability to make people feel interested, don't forget, Whitebeard was once killed by our Blackbeard pirates. Do we really have to wait for his strength to recover? Then go and find trouble. Kill Whitebeard. We can permanently eliminate future troubles. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed heartily, waving his hand. Don't joke. Now there are even more abundant fruits waiting for us to harvest. Hit me. Hit me to the fullest. Thief, ha ha. If you like to hit me, then hit me to death. Whitebeard. Blackbeard's gambler-like style was now completely exposed. Under his rough and crazy appearance, he had a scene of madness. Cake Island is really a natural super huge cake. I can't wait. Mom, we're coming. Big Imam pirate ship finally reached the shore of Nut Island. Many big Imam pirate group also started to board the island. Each of them was very excited. They were about to hold a nut party. They were about to destroy Nut Island. This time to the Nut Island big Imam pirates divided into several squads. There are cheese carriers, bread carriers, and cake-making tools. Whether it's cheese or bread, there are more than you can imagine. They really plan to make a super giant cake on this island and hold a cake party. Big Imam pirates rushed towards the small town street. Thank you, Whitebeard. If it weren't for him, how could we have found such a rich nut island? Nuts are an essential ingredient for making delicious cakes. A fighter with an excited expression said, this time being able to follow Mom to the sea might be someone's first time in high school. Inevitably a little too excited. Wait until the cake is finished. This island may not need to exist. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard probably never thought that his little protector island would become our nut island. Another slightly older pirate, his face was also filled with pride as a member of the Big Mom Pirates. In this grand line, being able to become one of the 4 emperor's subordinates who rule the world is enough to make one feel proud in front of others. Many Big Mom Pirates crew members were extremely excited. As if welcoming a grand holiday, they strode forward with their heads held high and chests puffed out, proudly walking towards the small town street. Following 710, the pirates who were walking all the way in front suddenly stopped, each one of them stunned in place. The smiles on their faces and the excitement suddenly froze, and their expressions changed from pride to surprise. What are you doing? Hurry up! Behind the pirates screamed then. Behind each pirate, the same simultaneously widened their eyes as if seeing a ghost. Each in their eyes were all disbelief. In front of them on the street, a large area of rocks and soil jumped out onto the ground. Each of them bowed their heads and knelt down, their bodies buried in the rocks and soil, leaving only the back of their clothes. One could tell that they all belonged to the Big Mom Pirates. At this moment, the Big Mom Pirates were all stunned on the spot. Big Mom Original Order came to collect the pirate nuts, all in strange postures, buried here, possessing Big Mom Pirate crew on the spot. Every single pirate group was shocked with their eyes and mouths wide open. Let's go take a look. There were warriors who mustered up their courage and carefully walked forward, clearing a corpse on the ground. In just a moment, the group of pirates couldn't help but tremble. Look a little more left. Following, the remaining fighters opened the corpses. Numb. Each and every one of the Big Imam pirates who were roaming the new world simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. The deeper people were so frightened that they couldn't help but turn back several steps. Their faces turned green, and their heads were covered in bean-sized beads of cold sweat. Only saw all the corpses, all kneeling on the ground, as if each one was kneeling in front of a king. The stiff corpses still had distorted and frightened expressions on their faces. Who did it? An angry growl from Charlotte Leanlean's mouth took out an extremely terrifying, ear-piercing sound wave vibration. Boom, boom, boom. As the auntie's roar sounded, the sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. The sound of thunder exploded in the ink-black clouds. The entire island was covered in thunderclouds in a moment. It was as if the end of the world had come. Heavy thunder sounds continuously rang out. Thunder seemed to be rising in the thunderclouds, ready to pour down at any time. Thundercloud below. A group of Big Imam pirates simultaneously became shocked in their hearts. Mom is more angry. Under the thundercloud, each and every body of the battle members began to tremble. Only they knew best. How terrifying is the angry and violent mother-in-law. In the distance, the residents of the small town were trembling all over, each one filled with fear and panic. The 4th Emperor's aunt is here. We want to end things. In the small town, The residents' level of understanding towards the four emperors was far inferior to that of the rest of the pirate gangs, but they clearly knew how terrible it was to anger the ant. Thunderclouds filled the air. Terrifying thunderclaps sounded, rumble, rumble, rumble. As if the end of the world was about to come, the entire town fell into a state of panic. Even the kid, Apo, and Hawkins' alliance hiding nearby on another small island, seeing such a scene, couldn't help but become frantic in their hearts. Indeed. Directly challenging the four emperors is an extremely arrogant and stupid thing to do. Apu shook his long hands, his teeth were like piano keys, and he was continuously tapping up and down, emitting each jumping sound, even if she is the weakest auntie among the four emperors. She is not someone we can directly confront now. Stupid. I'm not stupid enough to think that by joining forces with the two of you, I can kill the four emperors head-on. Kid arrogantly grinned, his face full of cruel expression. If you die, I can only blame you for being too weak. I can't save the weak. I have to kill Whitebeard. Kid, you are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Apu smiled and looked at Kid's cruel expression, not afraid at all, especially the long-armed race's specialty arm waved towards Kid. A special talismanic sound rang out. There is no time to argue. Why not take a closer look at my aunt's ability? Hawkins' face was numb and expressionless. He fiddled with his fortune-telling cards. Auntie's odds against Whitebeard. I don't know. Of course not. We're still waiting behind to kill them all. Kid looked up at the terrifying thundercloud that was emitting from the island's core, feeling a wave of annoyance in his heart. The lightning had completely destroyed his ability. Kid couldn't help but curse, this damned thundercloud pillar. The ant displayed her lightning power, controlling terrifying thunderclouds. Even the arrogant kid and the others couldn't help but be scared out of their wits. In the sky, there were rolling thunderclouds. Each sound was extremely stifling and rumbling. Just looking and listening from afar, one would feel one's scalp go numb. Not to mention the small town covered by thunderclouds. It's even more of a crisis. Suddenly, a dazzling bright light, suddenly in the middle, shot up high. This overbearing extraordinary slash ended the terrifying power cycle, rushed into the sky in the thundercloud. The thick ink terrifying thundercloud, in an instant, was torn apart by the overbearing slash. What was even more overbearing was, not only was the thundercloud slashed out to both sides rolling. Even more terrifying was, under this slash, the sky was also slashed open. The entire island was torn open, the sky was tilted like a book, countless layers of clouds were rolling. Oh my god! Heaven was slashed by a sword. The small town's residents each raised their heads, staring with wide eyes at the King Zhao, thundercloud that was chopped out, and the sky that was chopped out. Not only the civilians, even the pirates who owned Big Mom were terrified and unable to recover their spirits. They were Mom Thundercloud. Was cut out in a blink of an eye. Who? Only a great swordsman can do this. Could it be the Eagle Eye on the island? Big Mom pirates and the pirates were all terrified by this tyrannical slash. Japanese people don't distinguish between swords and sabers. It's called swordsmanship in general. This. Could it be Whitebeard did it? Far away on the small island, Kid's group of 3 people's hearts were violently shaken. They knew that Whitebeard was on the island. With this overbearing slash, all the thunderclouds were destroyed. The entire sky was torn apart. This shocking scene shocked all the witnesses. In the midst of the rolling thunderclouds, suddenly a slash shot up high, cutting down the rolling thunderclouds in such a magnificent scene that even the Big Mom pirates who had experienced the stormy winds and huge waves couldn't help but have their hearts violently shaken. This kind of level slash, absolutely called Great Swordmaster. Should we or should we not increase the bet points? Kid saw the sky crack open in a flash, his heart violently shook. This made him become even more crazy. He was cruel, not only towards the enemy, but also towards himself. Let us, this time, go completely crazy. What do you want to do? Apu saw that Whitebeard had opened his mouth to attack, and his confidence began to waver. Joke, they were crazy, arrogant, and domineering, but they weren't stupid enough to seek death. Totally unexpected. Whitebeard 633 is powerful, far beyond their imagination. Tell me your plan. Hawkins, who had always been calm, could only barely keep calm now. His heart was still in turmoil. The shock Whitebeard brought him was not inferior to the other two people in the slightest. Great swordsman level slash. If the three of them didn't know that Whitebeard was on the island, they would probably think. The entire world is afraid that only the eagle-eyed, known as the world's #1 swordsman, could do it. Even from ancient times until now, no one has ever seen with their own eyes an eagle slashing out with this level of slash. Kid revealed a crazy scene. Whitebeard is already so strong. Auntie is also equally strong. We will let the whole world come and witness the shocking scene of us killing 2 Yonko. Let the whole world come and see this kind of suffocating scene. Exterminating 2 Yonko. They first crazily spread the news of Whitebeard and his aunt's war, and even released news related to Whitebeard in the major world newspapers, but they didn't say a word about the location of the battle island. Even Akainu is this angry. At this moment, the entire Grand Line, whether it's the first half of the Grand Line or the New World, all the pirates who know about the Whitebeard and Auntie's battle news are extremely eager to know the specific island of this battle. It can be said, including Akainu inside, everyone thinks they should know the specifics of Battle Island. Everyone, no matter what their purpose, all want to come see the battle, see with their own eyes. Whitebeard fighting. All of this was done by the Three-Kid Alliance on purpose. Let this battle. Before it even started, it has already become the focus of the whole world's attention. You think. Announce Whitebeard's battle location? Apu's eyes widened. His mouth emitted a different kind of sound. You're crazy. You want to kill us? If you don't have the guts, get lost quickly. Kid coldly snorted. If you want to be famous in the New World, if you want Suru's reputation to rise, you have to bet. A shocking bet your life. Otherwise, don't be a pirate. Don't even say anything crazy about killing the 4 emperors and massacring Whitebeard. Like that will only be laughed at until teeth fall out. Enough. Quickly press the work plan. Hawkins interrupted the two arguing. Boom. At this moment, Hawkins's fortune-telling card exploded. With a clang, a mannequin fell to the ground. Hawkins' eyelids suddenly twitched. Kid's eyes twisted. What does this mean? Hawkins remained calm. It's nothing. The enemy is too strong. It's better to be careful. But the heart is to do another plan. Apu sneered in his heart, his face full of hip-hop laughter. I'm afraid I'm going to die. The 3 people were all thinking about it and started to take the next step. One by one, small boats were pushed out from the 3 pirate ships' hold, and on each small boat there was a giant camera phone. Let Whitebeard show off his strength to the fullest. Show off your strength now and wait until the end. We'll make a big splash when we take the field. Ha ha ha. Let this world go completely crazy. Boom boom boom. The island's nets were empty. Endless thunderclouds were rolling, dissipating. The sound of the slash was even more terrifying to the extreme. Even the sound of thunder was completely covered up. What thunder, what explosion, under a slash, all dimmed down. This level of slashing and attacking. Who exactly is it? Possessing Big Mom Pirate Group, all curiosity to the extreme. Dong dong dong. At this moment, each sound of footsteps, accompanied by a violent vibration, entered the ears of every Big Mom pirate. The deafening footsteps seemed to be stepping on their hearts. Dong dong dong. Their hearts accelerated, causing their hearts to become heavier, their blood vessels to expand. Their hearts were about to explode. Follow. They saw a tall and handsome figure appear. At this moment, everyone's breathing changed to an abnormally heavy one. It was even difficult to breathe. The figure in the hand with the domineering saber, the strong and sturdy muscular body, especially that black moon-shaped white beard, all pointed at the same person, made the Big Mom pirates extremely shocked men. What a waste. Whitebeard. Edward. Newgate. Charlotte Linlin, when looking at Whitebeard, blinked. Lost voice roared. Anger made her extremely fat face start to distort. Between mouth roaring, even the whole fat body trembled. Obviously, Whitebeard let Big Mom pirate crew members fight on the street and kneel to death. This made the ant extremely angry. Moreover, just now Whitebeard had slashed the ant's thunder control cloud with a single slash. This was truly a slap in the face, making the ant completely furious. Boom boom boom. Following the ant's angry roar, in an instant, this 293, like a flash flood roared. If the thunder was exploding, Terrifying sound waves in the heavens and earth continuously reverberated. Even the air was under this kind of vibration, forming a ripple vibration. This is not just a roar, it also contains some kind of power. Strange sound, called absolute weird sound. Under such strange sounds, all other sounds disappeared without a trace. In the distance, the residents of the small town all turned pale in an instant. They each felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, as if their ears had been blasted by a torpedo. Even the slightly weaker residents felt a wave of confusion and almost fainted one by one. There were even children with blood flowing from their ears. Crackle, crackle. The most frightening thing was that the blue tiles and bricks near the auntie's house were all making shattering sounds. Bang, bang, bang. On the blue brick street, all exploded. Mud from the cracks between violently shot out. The monster sound is still going on. Near Big Mom pirate crew, all of their faces turned green, their limbs stiffened, and their actions became extremely awkward. This is Mom's special soundwave attack. A fighter, Big Mom pirate crew in a kind of position, also a pirate, covered his ears, his voice trembling as he spoke. This is an attack that doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Even if they covered their ears, it wouldn't do anything. Because they were too close to the ant, and they could hear moans one after another. Bang, bang, bang. On the street, almost all the bricks exploded and splattered. A building structure shook and shook. Bricks and tiles were thrown away one after another. In a moment, the sky was filled with bricks and tiles splattered. The residents in the distance, already under such a terrifying sound, were hugging their heads and cowering on the ground, rolling around on the ground. The sky passed by the birds, all falling down with a loud scream. And in the process of falling, all died. This kind of level of monster sound, the damage is so high that it makes people terrified. Fourth Emperor Aunt Charlotte Leanlean's strength is extremely powerful, and her talent is even more terrifying. Rumor has it that at the age of 5, he destroyed a large village and instantly killed the heroes of the giant race. You must know, how powerful is the giant race? Without the true power of a demon, just by relying on physical techniques, it can be said that he has an absolute, overwhelming advantage. And Charlotte Linlin, at the age of 5, without the soul fruit ability, instantly killed a powerful hero of the giant race, and was therefore called, born to be a destroyer. Can be called destroyer pirates. There is no place that is not extremely powerful existence. For example, the so-called World Destroyer, Mo Guesher ability user Burndy World. After obtaining the soul fruit, Charlotte Linlin was like a fish in water. Able to harvest his human soul lifespan, the entire 10,000 nations did not know how many tens of millions of people. Each person had to hand in their soul-charging lifespan to the ant on time. Harvesting who knows how many soul lifespans. Now, no one knows clearly what the ant's strength is, but a little extra sure. That is, anyone who wants to challenge Auntie for the position of the 4 emperors will die. Whitebeard. The auntie roared. The strange sound continued. This was a type of sound attack that could cause physical damage. Mister. The ant replied with a dazzling sword light, a slash like lightning, a sharp and piercing screech, directly burying the ant's angry roar. A slash like the sun, a saber like a slash, slashed out from Whitebeard's hand, with an extremely terrifying speed like lightning, slashed towards the ant. The slash passed through. The mud layer was lifted up by Lou, flying towards both sides, those bricks and tiles that were kicked up by the strange auntie below, at this time under Whitebeard's slash. All flew away and were buried, turned into dust, no longer existed. Boom, boom, boom. Dust filled the sky, rising high. The momentum was overwhelming. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you want to fight, then prepare yourself and leave your head here. That Whitebeard said fiercely, just 4.8 transmitted into the ant's ears, carrying the earth-shattering momentum of slashing and slashing, also already killing. Ah, Whitebeard, I will kill you. The auntie picked up the giant saber that was placed to the side, and suddenly the giant saber swept forward and slashed out. A huge sword energy that only the giant race could slash out was released in just a flash. This sword energy once slashed out, the height even surpassed the height of the building. One can imagine the terrifying power. Even if a giant were to be hit by this level of sword energy, I'm afraid it would be in danger of death. Erbaf love. Oi quack. The fourth Emperor's ant has extraordinary absolute sword technique, and it is also a terrifying sword technique belonging to the giant race. That huge sword energy split the Earth's surface in two, and the entire street's Earth's surface was like rolling waves, surging and surging towards both sides. The whole situation is terrifyingly abnormal. Boom. It was slow to say, but it happened very quickly. Whitebeard's domineering and peerless slash. Along with that Auntie's enormous and earth-shattering sword energy, almost in the blink of an eye, they slashed down together. A bright, lightning-like burst of light exploded. After the collision, it shot up high, charging up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The clouds in the sky were all split apart by this rising light. The sky was filled with shimmering light, like a flashing sword light, like a howling slash, like a lightning bolt in reverse. At this moment, it seemed to pierce through the sky. 10. A sound like thunder shook the heavens and earth. And in just a moment it exploded. The whole island was filled with such a terrifying loud noise. Around the island, each small boat, each huge phone camera insect, just happened to capture the scene. These things were arranged by the 3 Kid Alliance members to take pictures with their cell phones, and were all prepared. The images were captured and transmitted to all the islands on the Grand Line. Whitebeard and the 4 Emperors ant have a shocking competition. Such news, in a flash, swept through the entire Grand Line like a sweeping autumn wind. Countless pirates were originally looking forward to it, extremely urgent to know the specific details of the battle between Whitebeard and his ant on the island. At this time someone was broadcasting live images. Of course they couldn't miss it. Countless pirates frantically headed towards the island that had a live broadcast. Almost in the short time in the world, every time Whitebeard's battle was broadcast live on the island, it was surrounded by pirates, and more pirates rushed to every live broadcast island. Oh my god! What level swordsmanship is this? Some people saw that light shooting up high and were instantly stunned. This kind of shocking heart sword technique competition even made people feel like 2 peerless great swordmasters were fighting desperately. Swordsmanship. It's truly unimaginable. A swordsmanship competition could actually produce this kind of shocking scene. That lightning-like light that shot up into the sky. Is this really swordsmanship? There is hope of everyone to take the phone projection screen, cannot help but be shocked, surprised said. Comparing whether this is swordsmanship or not, I'm more concerned. Is this really Whitebeard and the 4 Emperors ant fighting? Why? I feel like this is a swordsmanship contest between 2 of the world's #1 swordsmen. Someone was so amazed that many people responded, Whitebeard, Auntie, actually has such powerful swordsmanship. Unbelievable. Whitebeard and his aunt's swordsmanship made everyone shocked. Each and every one of them couldn't help but admire. At Kid 3 People Alliance under the effect. The battle between Whitebeard and the 4 Emperors ant was broadcast live to each island. Those events were previously prepared by Kid, and the phone projections were placed on the islands, all of which were pirates gathering together, making things even more prosperous. At this moment, the entire Grand Line, whether it's the New World or the first half of the Grand Line, all the pirates are paying attention to the same thing. That's Whitebeard and his ant fighting live. This kind of heart-shattering image, just released, let the whole world boil. Is this Whitebeard swordsmanship? On an island not far from the Nut Island, there was a swordsman known as the world's #1, Hawkeye. At this moment, he was raising his head and looking at the distant horizon. He was stunned and lost in thought. If someone saw Hawkeye's expression at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws to the ground. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye would also have this kind of stunned expression before his eyes. This was absolutely unprecedented, an unprecedented event in history. You must know. This is in the field of swordsmanship. But at this moment, this bigger one, basically no one cared about the eagle eyes expression, but instead each and every one of them shouted excitedly. In front of us is Whitebeard and his ant handing over Battle Island. Oh my god. At this time, we just found out. 173. Someone is admiring. I saw Whitebeard fight with my own eyes. Someone's voice trembled as he spoke. Most of them were with him. Each and every one of them spoke excitedly. Their bodies were trembling, being able to witness Whitebeard's battle. Being able to witness Whitebeard's battle with the 4 Emperors ant was absolutely something to be proud of. I want to get a closer look at the fight. This was a small island after all. and there weren't many pirates gathered on the island. At this moment, there was a leader, and the rest of the pirates followed in a row. Only Eagle Eye was unmoved, and kept his head raised, looking in the direction of Whitebeard's direction. Retired. At the moment when the brilliant light exploded, Whitebeard's burly figure, holding a huge saber in his hand, appeared beside the ant in an extremely domineering manner. The saber held boundless, terrifying, destructive power, carrying an aura of destruction, slashing towards the ant's body. Clang! Whitebeard slashed out with his sword, but was blocked by his ant's giant sword. Immediately, there was a world-shaking explosion, and in an instant, flames flew everywhere. This sword and saber clashed. Like a thunder and fire explosion, countless sparks shot out in all directions, dazzling sparks flew out, and even the buildings were set on fire. In a moment the flames soared to the sky. The scene was terrifying. One slash passed, the second slash followed closely behind. Whitebeard in his hand used the extreme tyrannical saber stance. Suddenly struck down in the middle, the vortex exploded at the same time. The saber stance seemed to descend from the sky with a fierce momentum, like Mount Tai pressing down on the summit, fiercely and domineeringly slashing towards that extremely fat anti on top of his head. Crackle! The two blades collided, and in an instant, the air shattered like glass, and a destructive vortex of air formed, like long snakes dancing wildly, flying destructively in midair. Emperor's sword. The anti blinked and blinked, taking the initiative to chop it out with a knife. Boom. This big knife immediately has flames burning and swirling. Big knife blade. Swirling can burn all fierce flames. The flames burn fiercely. Even the air is burned, the temperature of the entire air, all fiercely increased by a large amount. The great saber in the air left behind a brilliant and beautiful flame trajectory, and with a loud bang, it slashed towards Whitebeard like a fire dragon. Mr. No one can compare to the Overlord's hockey. In a blink of an eye, the saber in Whitebeard's hand hovered, suddenly swung up. The saber carried a black vortex trajectory, absolutely domineering and slashing the ante. Roar! The saber was like the overbearing demon ancestor dragon, pitch black like the abyss. As soon as the slash was released, a terrifying sound came from the air as it cut through it, like a demon dragon roaring, with a divine and demonic demeanor that could crush everything. Pink. Two domineering swords and sabers slashed together in just a flash. From the middle of the slash, a raging flame shot up, like flapping wings flying high, shooting up a pair of flame wings within such a pair of wings. A god-demons-like creature continuously crushed the raging flame. The two forces with extremely fast speed, like lightning, rushed up. The sky was filled with cracks in the clouds, and there were also burning flames and an infinitely domineering black dragon rushing in, tearing the clouds apart. The sky was like a black hole had been opened, terrifying to the extreme. Below, the ants slashed out the Emperor's sword. With this move, endless flames burned fiercely, with a rumbling sound. All of them rushed towards Whitebeard. Such a terrifying fire can burn all. Fearing that it can burn all the flesh and blood of an ordinary person, turning them into dry bones and ashes. Almost in an instant, the raging flames engulfed Whitebeard's entire body. Through the live broadcast watching the battle, many pirates, each and every one couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Whitebeard was covered in raging flames. This kind of raging flames that could burn the air was no joke. Aine, who was rescuing civilians somewhere in the small town, raised her head and happened to see such a scene. In an instant, her entire body was stunned. Her anxious mood was everywhere, and there was no place that did not show worry and tension. Captain, you can't have anything happen to you. Such a scene. Even the ant couldn't help but reveal a round of cruel and ruthless excited smile. The extremely dangerous situation caused countless people to become nervous. Even countless pirates watching the live broadcast through their phones held their breath, their eyes not daring to leave the screen for even a moment, afraid to miss any scene of the battle. Whitebeard was engulfed in flames. The situation is too urgent. Too dangerous. She 11:11. This did not affect the blade in Whitebeard's hand at all. With his domineering and boundless aura, he pressed down on the blade of the greatsword in his hand and continuously slashed it down, from the tip of the blade down, towards the handle of the blade. The great saber that was hovering above him could burn away all the raging flames, but in front of him, it was like empty iron, unable to block the saber in the slightest. The whole process looks extremely slow, but in fact it only happens in the blink of an eye. The blade was as sharp as iron and steel, instantly cutting off the large blade in the ant's hand and falling onto the ant's body. Poof! In a flash, the saber slashed the giant-like fat ante away, a streak of blood spurting out. Boom, boom, boom. The ante's huge body, while flying backwards, smashed countless buildings, bringing with it a trail of flying rocks and dirt, constantly ringing in the ears. The ground emitted terrifying tremors. At this moment, the fierce flames that covered Whitebeard also spread out at the same time. That special black moon-shaped Whitebeard took the lead to appear in sight. Closely followed, Whitebeard's muscular body appeared. Again, no damage found. Through the phone camera, countless pirates were seen fighting. Each and every one of them were shocked to the extreme. The sound of gasping for air was in their ears endlessly. This is the most tyrannical sword technique I have ever seen. Placing oneself in a sea of fire, still as tyrannical as ever, not caring at all about the flames burning the person, just to kill a strong enemy. Someone was shouting. His forehead was covered in cold sweat the size of beans. His heart was pounding. This was the first time he saw such a heart-stirring swordplay competition. It was truly heart-stirring. Even if he was watching the battle through a phone camera, it still made him feel his heart pounding. Seeing it was a wave of fear, faintly feeling a kind of terrifying aura hanging in his heart. This is the real battle of the Four Emperors level. Just relying on swordsmanship is enough to look down on this vast sea. Someone was shocked and said. He stared at the projection screen with wide eyes, afraid of missing any interesting points. His heart was extremely nervous. Whitebeard and his aunt were competing. This was something that had never happened in so many years. The anger of the Four Emperors attacking, the level of excitement, far exceeded all pirates' imaginations. Swordsmanship. This is swordsmanship. Ha ha ha. A swordsman novice saw such a scene, suddenly went crazy with excitement and shouted loudly. This is the genius rookie, one sword flow sword master. Japanese sword masters are not exactly classified. Masters of exquisite swordsmanship are all called sword masters. Sword master Chiba Chu made. My god, Whitebeard's live broadcast of the battle is enough to make a genius sword master go crazy. This is also too exaggerated, isn't it? This genius swordsman, the sword master Chiba Chu, made him go crazy, attracting the attention of many pirates, making even more pirates shocked by Whitebeard's swordsmanship. Just the live broadcast image let a genius swordsman become enlightened like crazy. This is enough to prove Whitebeard's swordsmanship is how shocking people's hearts. Not far from the battle on a small island, bringing Whitebeard's live broadcast battle out to the leader. Kid 3 People Alliance at this moment also was shocked by Whitebeard and Auntie's fierce swordplay competition. Again, it's a swordsmanship competition. This is really it. Apu shook his head. The former king was good, and his mouth cracked open, revealing a pair of black and white teeth that looked like a piano. Why is Whitebeard's swordsmanship so strong? Even Annie's swordsmanship is so exaggerated. Could it be that swordsmanship is the necessary ability to level up to the Four Emperors? Maybe. The person who rode the horse knows. Kid, who was always arrogant and reckless, was now strangely stunned. Swordsmanship in the end must or not achieve the necessary ability of the Four Emperors. This question is not only Apu and the others have doubts, the rest watching the pirate war also have many doubts. Because Whitebeard displayed swordsmanship, even a sword master could not help but be shocked. In the later period, a swordsmanship storm arose on the Grand Line. Countless pirates, countless marines, all could not help but begin to study swordsmanship. An ancient swordsmanship storm swept the Grand Line. Just because of one person, one battle, Whitebeard slashed the Four Emperors' aunt. Oh my god! That place is Zhao Qian Island. On the sea surface, several pirate ships, several pirate gangs, raised their heads, looking at the sky that cracked the clouds. Such a large in the sky appeared a huge crack like a black hole, extremely terrifying. Under the sky above the island, endless dust was flying, thousands of pieces of debris were flying high. Like a storm was gathering, the whole scene was extremely terrifying. That's right. That's Whitebeard and the Four Emperors' aunt handing over Battle Island. are fortunate enough to witness such a shocking scene with our own eyes. Being able to see Whitebeard fight with my own eyes is enough to make one excited. Let people fear swordsmanship competition. Swordsmanship. In a moment, it became the focus of all pirates' attention, and it also caused countless swordsmen to be shocked. This is duplicate phone photo. Very coincidentally, this group of pirates encountered a huge camera phone bug. Someone shot on purpose. Who did it on purpose? Just then, a crimson hedgehog kid and a cold-faced, paralyzed Hawkins appeared in everyone's sight. 783 Supernova. Eustace Kid. Basil Hawkins. Two of the greatest villains of the era. What do you two want to do? This generation of supernovas from the first time they entered the New World was extremely lively and even established a glorious and fierce reputation. Many pirates with extraordinary strength do not want to provoke this group of crazy newbies. Ha ha ha, what? What a euphemism. We came here to take your heads. Kid's bright red coat fluttered in the sea breeze, his enormous iron-toothed giant hand raised high, his entire person appearing unusually dignified. I probably won't sympathize with the weak. Whatever abilities you have, it's best to take them out while I haven't made a move yet, otherwise, once I make a move, you guys might not even have a chance to make a move. Hearing Kid's arrogant words that reached everyone's eyes, every single pirate instantly revealed a look of indignation. Eustace Kid, you are just a newbie. In this vast ocean of the New World, you kind of arrogant and ignorant brats are as numerous as Crucian carp crossing the river. Yes, you are so arrogant and conceited that sooner or later you will be buried in the sea behind you. This place could have about 100 pirates, about 3 small pirate gangs, in terms of numbers completely crushing Kid's side. Kid, if you're so arrogant. Today we will send you to the bottom of the sea. After today, the supernova will no longer have your name, Kid. In this world, there will no longer be your name, Kid. The pirate captains were all angry. Although they were unwilling to provoke Kid and a bunch of extremely evil people for no reason, it didn't mean they were afraid. Right now we have the absolute advantage. Boom, boom, boom. Next, without any extra nonsense, several pirate ships on the pirates, with fierce cannon fire, bombarded towards Kid and the other two. The pirate ship's cannons were spitting out extremely hot flames, each huge cannonball carrying extremely powerful destructive force, bombarded towards Kid, Hawkins. In a moment, gunpowder smoke filled the sky, cannonballs filled the sky, like a storm, shooting rapidly. Ha ha ha. Facing such fierce fire, Kid not only did not show any sign of anxiety, he even licked his rosy lips, grinning widely, ferocious and cruel. The ones who buried the sea of people, are you? Bade, chow-choo chow-choo. As Kid's iron-toothed giant hand suddenly waved, in this wave, all the pirates on the pirate ship on the body of the swords and spears weapons, but all the iron and steel-made weapons, all sucked up, followed by flying out. In a moment the sky full of weapons rapidly shot out. The scene was huge, like a storm, like the last hilt of swords and guns weapons. All into the magnet like the Kid's huge iron-toothed big hand attracted. The whole process sounds very lengthy, but actually happens in an extremely short time. In no time, it formed a giant iron weapon arm approximately 10 meters long. Iron Storm. Theo Kid flashed his hand up and waved it. The huge iron and steel arm, like an overlord dragon waving its tail, made a sharp and piercing screech, and each vortex of energy flew around like a destructive snake. In an instant, the countless cannonballs that had bombarded it were all shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Each cannonball was shattered by Kid's huge iron weapon, instantly exploding. In just a moment, the explosion produced flames that swelled up, engulfing an entire huge arm in flames. Thick smoke rose, engulfing Kid in it. Too good. Kid was afraid he would be blown to death by this fierce firecracker. Humph. Let him be noisy. The arrogant plate had not yet finished speaking. Suddenly in the middle, a huge iron and steel weapon arm longer, with a loud bang, swept out through the flames and thick smoke. Reflex. Chow-choo chow-choo. After the huge arm penetrated the dense smoke and flames, a series of iron and steel weapons shot out from the huge arm. Each weapon shot out like a rain of iron and steel weapons that covered several pirate ships. The pirates wanted to resist and block the weapons, but they were horrified to find that all the weapons on their bodies had been sucked away and turned into Kid weapons, shooting straight at them. They could only use their palms to block them in vain. But how could bare hands block these weapons that carried a terrifying aura and shot towards them? The miserable cry, in just a moment, shook heaven and earth, floods everywhere. Just one move below, more than 100 people were instantly taken down by Kid. Hawkins, who had been calmly watching the battle from the side, released the fortune-telling card in his hand. The battle between Whitebeard and the Four Emperors Ant. The probability of it being disturbed is 0. Therefore, you all must die. On this side, several pirate crews were destroyed by Kid. On the other side, Whitebeard and the Four Emperors Ant fought, and the war became more intense. The battle begins to rage. The Auntie held a big knife from the dust-filled sky in the mud. Her face was ashen. That really fat and chubby body appeared very miserable. The fat flesh on her body was cracked, covered with mud, looking really terrifying. Edward, Newgate, you really make me hurt. Dash. The ant's entire face turned black as she roared in anger. The fat on her body began to shake irregularly, and dust fell from her body. Very quickly, her very fat body was revealed. At the place where her flesh was torn and cracked, a thick layer of fat hung upside down, extremely dazzling. Your physical strength is stronger than I thought it would be able to withstand a slash. Edward Newgate held the saber in his hand and stomped his feet. There were traces of the flame burning on his body, and there was even smoke that was emitted from Whitebeard's body. While walking, a white silk-like trajectory formed in the air. If one slash can't cut you, then 2 slashes. Mr. Superb Vietnamese swordsmanship, once again displayed by Whitebeard. Whitebeard walked in the middle, suddenly attacked. The saber was like a long line swung down. In the air drew a long line of white trajectory. This was the air was cut into pieces, creating a visual effect. The saber slashed out, and the sound of explosions continuously rang out, like a dragon's roar, like a tiger's roar. The momentum rolled for who knows how many thousands of miles, carrying with it the pressure that dissipated all pressure, tearing towards the Auntie. Charlotte Leanlean's body was covered in bruises and cuts, even her flesh was hanging upside down. But even in such a situation, her expression remained unchanged. Even though she was slashed by Whitebeard and crawled out of the dust, with the flesh hanging upside down on her body, her expression remained unchanged. This not only shows the power of the Four Emperors, but also shows the strength of her physical body. The Auntie held a large knife in her hand and shouted, "You want to kill me with 2 knives? Whitebeard, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it in this life. Consider it the next life. Then come find me in the next life." The ant held a large knife in her hand and pointed it towards the sky. Suddenly, in the middle of the sky, layer upon layer of continuously rolling thunder clouds condensed. Very quickly, the entire sky became filled with dark clouds. Streaks of lightning rose from the thunder clouds, seemingly only larger than Mother as she slashed down. The lightning and thunder would fall at any moment, exploding the enemies below into charcoal. This lightning and thunder under the ant's hand made the big knife in her hand stand out extremely dazzlingly, the snow-white blade of the knife, flowing down a terrifying white light. As if the knife contained lightning and lightning power. The sword slashed below, and the heaven and earth's energy also followed the strange changes. All this is very long-winded, but in fact it is completed in a flash. Whitebeard's swords were like a long line, falling from the sky, slashing and killing. The ant's greatsword swept across the sky, evoking the thunder. In just a flash, thunderclouds rolled, lightning danced, and thunder struck down. Each bolt of lightning fell like a pillar, covering the entire battlefield. The scene was terrifying beyond measure. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them, in a moment, slashed at each other about 100 times. The air fragments under the two people's slashes shattered like glass, then collapsed. The two people slashed at each other with their sabers. The heavens and earth were shaking. The entire island, the entire small town, were in an extremely unstable state. This kind of large-sized island seemed like it couldn't withstand the intense battle of two people. The building was also destroyed long ago. Basically, not even a shadow could be seen. Each crack more than 10 m wide continuously appeared. Every slash of the ant's knife was accompanied by lightning, dark light circulating, lightning flying everywhere. This is the ant using the soul fruit's ability to control this thundercloud pillar, manipulating the power of lightning, combining swordsmanship, and finally executing a great killing move. Logically, when the great saber is accompanied by a lightning slash, the enemy will definitely be injured by the lightning, instantly numbed by the lightning, and then instantly distracted, before being slashed to death by the great saber. Fresh Flower Bridge. This kind of lightning combined with swordsmanship killer move of Anti can be considered as the incarnation of fear in this dangerous new world sea, causing the pirates of one side to be afraid, causing countless pirates to swallow their anger under such a killer move. Maybe Whitebeard is different. His fleshly body was hard and resistant to lightning. He tried lightning with his body even emitted green smoke, but Whitebeard was still not afraid. Lightning could not stop Whitebeard's footsteps, even more so it could not stop the blade in Whitebeard's hand. Heaven-shaking swordsmanship, extraordinary and peerless, unmatched. Each slash can split lightning, cut through the air. Everything before is considered nothing. I said, this island, from today onwards, is mine. Whitebeard slashed a piece of air with his sword. The air shattered like a glass mirror, pressing straight towards the Anti. You? Don't forget. You are already a dead person. A person who is brought back to life. What can you do? Charlotte Linlin screamed. A large piece of bloody flesh hung from her body, shaking constantly. At the age of 10, she was able to exterminate the giants of the superhero race. Her swordsmanship was terrifying, her body was tough, she had extremely strong endurance, and when she shouted, she could make heaven and earth tremble in fear, causing people to lose their ability to act. The ant slashed horizontally, and an unprecedentedly thick thunder pillar fell from the sky. Charlotte Linlin, you're too arrogant. I return. I will definitely take back everything that was taken away, everything doubly. You are the first. Blackbeard. The shockwave. We'll also take back everything. Swordsmanship competition, never give up. The rumbling sound echoed, terrifying boundless slashes hit each opponent's target. Whitebeard grabbed the saber in his hand, domineeringly slashed it, fiercely slashing at the ant's body. How heavy is the knife? Whitebeard after recovery, what kind of power? At this moment, after continuously competing for hundreds of slashes, he gathered his strength to the extreme state. With one slash, he was able to destroy everything, even the air was buried. As if a trajectory-like black hole had appeared. Clink! The slash at the Anti's flesh and blood like iron rushed forward. Even though she used the strongest hockey to cover her body, it was still slashed. In just a flash, fresh blood flew like rain, falling down obliquely, as if it was raining blood from the sky. The scene was shocking beyond compare, that tyrannical sword slash. Truly, 28-0, God and devil peerless, no matter how strong the ant's physical body was, fresh blood still flew on the spot. Extremely shocking. The Anti had a terrible knife wound on her body, extending from her left shoulder all the way down. Her whole body seemed like it was about to split open. Even with a strong physical body and tough strength, it still couldn't block this domineering slash. The ant's body cracked open, seeing this startling wound, the flesh split open. And more were slashed and fell off. But Anti is still Anti after all. She endured Whitebeard's blow at the same time, and desperately slashed out a blow. Her body was slashed away the moment before. Anti's large knife slashed at Whitebeard's chest. Crackle! The burly body was struck by an extremely powerful blade, and in an instant, it emitted a clear sound like a rock cracking. This clear sound made the listener feel fear in their hearts. Even the pirates who watched the battle live on the broadcast had goosebumps all over their bodies, and their scalps were numb. The ant was sent flying by the extremely domineering Whitebeard's slash, blood falling like rain in the sky, sending her flying thousands of meters away. Smashing through countless obstacles along the way, dust and ruins being swept up, like a long line. Looking back at Whitebeard, he was standing there arrogantly, never taking a single step back. His back straight, head held high, chest puffed out, his sturdy body, just like a huge mountain, domineeringly standing there, shocking people's hearts. There was a great sword stuck in Whitebeard's muscular body's chest. The blade deeply penetrated the strong muscles. Seeing that startling wound, there was live blood continuously rolling down along the great saber, but towards this, Whitebeard didn't even raise an eyebrow once. Numb. This shocking picture made the remaining pirates on the island, watching the battle live through the broadcast, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Hockey. Really hockey. The pirates who had dreams of going to this vast and powerful Grand Line above the ocean couldn't help but feel their hearts shake, as if it was a warning shot. Waking them up, the strong person should be like Whitebeard, extremely domineering, and the invisible flow of hockey was enough to intimidate one side. Regardless of whether it is a raging fire or a storm or lightning, my body will be cut off from this place, no matter what. I think blocking everything will allow it to take even half a step. Whitebeard's battles, each time were so shocking to the hearts of people. At this moment, countless powerful pirates were shocked by Whitebeard. New world and island on. Whitebeard's swordsmanship is truly unparalleled in the world. There's a swordsman who usually doesn't show up in public, but he especially watched the Whitebeard war appear next to him. Another swordsman also said, Whitebeard used his domineering swordsmanship to completely cut the ante away. Regardless of whether the anti-swordsmanship was mixed with soul fruit's ability, the strong flames or the lightning, or the Inchi attack, all of these methods in front of Whitebeard were like empty iron. They were simply and wildly overbearingly slashed by Whitebeard, making them all disappear, making these sword-level pirates admire. It's not just Whitebeard's tyranny. Even though it was the ant's swordsmanship, through the fusion of soul fruit's ability, the strange sound could bewitch people's hearts. The fierce flames could burn everything, the thunder could bury all things, but even with such terrifying swordsmanship, it was still cut down by Whitebeard's tyrannical swordsmanship. In the hearts of these swordsmen, they tacitly admitted a fact. Whitebeard, with his swordsmanship alone, already looked down on the entire Grand Line. Chaos in the Sabaody archipelago on. Charlotte Linlin clearly knows that with her mere thug abilities, dealing with Whitebeard will not have any effect at all, so she plans to use swordsmanship to kill Whitebeard. Because she is very confident in her own swordsmanship. King of Hell Rayleigh shouted softly. He had not taken off for many years. But that did not mean he did not know the abilities of the strong people in this world. Absolutely do not open up the CAD intelligence scam site to make money. The underground world was 10 million times more complicated than the bloodthirsty ocean on the surface. Fourth Emperor Auntie. She can truly develop her soul general's ability to this level. She is already a genius among terrifying characters. Sword technique that fuses lightning, strong flames, and strange sounds. She is truly a genius. She has the confidence to deal with anyone. It is not surprising. Shaki on the side let out a low exclamation of surprise. Rayleigh took off his glasses, his silvery long hair fell down, revealing an old face. As if he had fallen into some intense battle. 1.3 battle memories. However, her confidence used the wrong place. Don't forget. He is Whitebeard. New World. Navy Headquarters. As the Navy Headquarters Admiral Akainu, when he learned that Whitebeard's battle would be broadcast live later, he first asked someone to do the broadcasting. Moreover, this time Akainu learned to be smart. He did not watch the battle alone, but invited many Navy Headquarters lieutenant generals and other superior officers to watch the live broadcast of the battle. All officers who have not yet gone on a mission at headquarters will come to participate in this live broadcast of the battle hosted by Akainu. Akainu's purpose is very simple. To let the Navy Headquarters be able to deal with the main force of Whitebeard's army, know Whitebeard's ability in advance, become familiar with Whitebeard, and thereby achieve punishment for Whitebeard. It's just, the current effect seems to be a bit different from Akainu's expected Tai Chi. On the faces of a group of lieutenant generals. At this moment, there was not even a hint of familiarity towards Whitebeard's chest. Instead, each face was filled with fear. Even the powerful lieutenant generals who were ranked above him had somewhat pale faces at this moment, seemingly unsightly. This and Akainu's original plan can be said to be the opposite. 10. Charlotte Linlin's swordsmanship is extremely strange. Lightning, strong flames, strange sounds, truly difficult to guard against. The strongest is still Edward Newgate's swordsmanship. Domineering, exquisite, simple and brutal, invincible strength can be said to be supernatural. I wonder if, just based on swordsmanship, Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, compared to them, who is stronger and who is weaker? I feel that Edward Newgate is the strongest. His swordsmanship is too domineering, such a domineering aura. Not even ordinary people can block it without realizing it. He has an absolute advantage. As expected of Whitebeard. This battle of Whitebeard caused a group of lieutenant generals to start whispering, enough to prove the importance of this battle, and at the same time, it also showed the supernatural side of his swordsmanship. Akainu's eyes swept over each lieutenant general's face. Gradually, Akainu's eyes became extremely gloomy. It was truly terrifying. But this group of people seemed to completely ignore Akainu's intentions. This made Akainu so angry that he wanted to curse. I let you come to watch Whitebeard fight. Not to let you be terrified of Whitebeard's strength, nor to let you come to admire passers-by. This old man he wants to let you guys get acquainted with Whitebeard's strength in advance. So you can deal with Whitebeard. Akainu finally held back and didn't explode on the spot. After all, he was the Navy headquarters marshal. Exploding on the spot like this, something that he couldn't control his emotions, would ruin his reputation as the marshal. You guys try to take a look. Seriously analyze Whitebeard's strength. Analyze his weak points. Avoid his strong points. Akainu has never in history used the three words Whitebeard, and not the name Edward Newgate, enough to prove Akainu's inner state of explosion. No matter how strong a person is, they still have weaknesses. As long as you find Whitebeard's weakness, you can kill him with one strike. Akainu said up to this point. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Not wrong. The enemy is strong, but also has a fatal weakness. Just like at the beginning of the battle. No one could beat Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu poisoned the surrender call of the great Trichu squad, leading Whitebeard to have a sword pierce through his body. This caused Whitebeard's originally weakened body to become severely violent. So finally Whitebeard was actively attacking the Navy headquarters. Suddenly appeared seriously injured and coughed up blood. All of these threads are enough to prove how smart Akainu was when he found Whitebeard's weakness, worthy of being used as teaching material to educate the Marines. This is also Akainu's proud place. Suddenly Akainu couldn't help but think of the time when he was knocked down by Whitebeard's shockwave ability, with a shockwave punch, seriously injured and coughing up blood. Being beaten to the ground in a layer of mud, this was considered by Akainu to be the most humiliating image of his life, appearing inexplicably, causing Akainu's smile to instantly stiffen. Damn Whitebeard. Akainu thought of the current Whitebeard again, and for a moment felt a pressure of evil in his heart. It was extremely humiliating. At the same time that Akainu was educating the lieutenant admirals, there were also quite a few people in the Navy headquarters who were paying close attention. They were also secretly observing the transmission images. Each and every one of them were shaken by Whitebeard's strong conviction. You guys say, in terms of swordsmanship in the entire world, who can be the world's strongest swordsman? Whose swordsmanship is the strongest? The world's #1 swordsman, this title, in the end, who is truly worthy of the title? Some people are skeptical. Not only the Navy, among the pirates, countless people have endless enthusiasm for such a topic. The world's #1 swordsman is of course the eagle-eyed Mihawk. Someone said. It's hard to say now. Ant and Whitebeard, the legendary former prison warden Shiryu who escaped from Impel Down, the newly appointed Navy General Fujitora Isho, the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. These are all supernatural swordsmanship existences. Secretly, someone had already started to compete for the #1 swordsmanship rank. The world's superpower swordsmen are divided into 3 classes. The third class is the weakest, but is the somewhat famous pirate and Navy officers. The second class is called the Silver Sword, and is listed among them. All of them are famous experts, such as the 743rd Shichibukai Law, the Straw Hat Pirates Zoro, etc. It is worth mentioning that, before watching the Whitebeard battle, Chiba almost went crazy. His name was listed among them, but it was just a little bit of a name at the bottom. The first class is called the Golden Sword Master, carrying the title of the strongest in the world. Each one is a supernatural existence that shakes heaven and earth and frightens ghosts and gods. Shiryu, Fujitora Isho, Shiki the Golden Lion, Mihawk the Hawk, Future Zoro, author joined without permission, unrelated, actively humorous. Newly joined, world's strongest, class of strong people, Yonko Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard. The world's strongest. Once this was announced, it immediately attracted the attention of the entire Grand Line. This world of swordsmanship almost achieved everyone's recognition. Who is the #1 person? In a moment, from this Whitebeard battle that brought about in the whole world, related to swordsmanship, related to the world's strongest swordsman. Heated discussions were endless. Whose swordsmanship is the world's #1 swordsman? Who is the world's #1 swordsman? This topic suddenly became the focus of worldwide discussion.